We're back. Let's get it. Let me put on some background music. I think tonight, oh my god, I might need to clear out the bit jar that we're using. It's getting a little full. Every time I start my stream, all of the subs and the bits and donations just fly out of the jar, the metaphorical jar, because most streamers, when they refer to their bit jar or their dono jar, tip jar, whatever you want to call it. It's a literal physical jar. I use my face cam as a bit jar because I just think it looks cool. I think it looks very neat and snazzy, and it also, not to cast judgment, all right, not to sound egotistical, but I do think having the literal outline of the face cam as a bit jar makes it look a lot cooler than just having a physical jar sitting somewhere on my screen as like a tip jar. Um, that just it looks out of place sometimes. Again, not to cast judgment. I don't judge other streamers when they have a literal tip jar sitting on the stream. I just like using my face cam as the tip jar. But sometimes it gets a little full, and the tips, donos, subs, they start flying everywhere. It's a little crazy. I also listen. I'll be 100% honest with y'all. I was a little bored waiting for today's stream to start. I look so bright. Why do I look overexposed? Oh, whatever. I don't care. I was a little bored waiting for today's stream to start. So we already have all of the abra for this first reset ready to go. You'll see on the DS, I have no more coins. On the GameCube, I have no more coins. So we're going to head straight over to the Poke Center. And oh my god, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. We'll head straight over to the Poke Center. And we'll see if we get any shinies to start. I should also turn on the background music. Right. Cool. Let's start with the GameCube. So what does this push us up to? 686 on top of 10,000. Would have been better if it was 696. Just double 69. Sorry. I'm just immature. I'm a grown adult married man, and I'm just completely immature. I apologize. Did we get it? I don't know. We'll see. This is the first reset of the day. Our first bundle of abra. We'll see if we get a shiny. I don't even know what I would do off the first reset of the day. Part of me would want to end the stream in celebration, but then part of me would feel bad if I ended the stream 10 minutes in. So, like, I guess we won't have to make that decision unless we truly, really get an abra that's shiny right now. But I don't know what I would do. I guess we could always play, like, Fortnite or Counter-Strike. If we really get, like, an abra under an hour into the stream, and I don't want to end the stream yet, I don't want to go immediately straight to sleep, I could go play, like, a first-person shooter game if we have friends that are online. It's always a backup plan. But it appears that we are not going to get any shiny abra on the GameCube. That's all of them. Let's check the DS. Alright. See if we can get any luck over here. I always have to focus so hard on the DS because the angle I hold it up to the camera at, I can like barely see the screen myself. So I really gotta like lean in, focus my eyes, make sure that I don't miss a shiny. It's the most uncomfortable angle that I need to, like, position my body. I will say that. No shinies. If you could wait to get the shiny for like 45 minutes, I'll be home to play games with you. I got you, dog. I'll make sure we don't get the shiny for 45 more minutes. I'll make sure we get the shiny in exactly 45 minutes, actually. Listen, I am very determined to do a lot of resets today, though. I want to make that very clear. Let me also clear my throat. My throat feels scratchy. Yeah, I'm very determined to do as many resets as possible tonight. I have this stream scheduled to be about 4 hours. Now, obviously, if we find the shiny before 4 hours, no promises. Again, if we find the shiny at like 1 hour in, maybe I'll keep streaming and play like a Fortnite or a Counter-Strike, maybe even an Overwatch. Like, I'll position myself over to an FPS game to keep myself awake, keep myself energized. That'd be a good transition over to an FPS game. So, like, again, if we find the shiny really quickly in this stream, I'll keep streaming. But if we find the shiny at like 3 hours in, I know this stream was scheduled to be 4 hours. I'm ending the stream. I'm ending the stream at 3 hours. I'm sorry. But like I said, I am very determined to just grind out for as long as I can stay awake. And if we stream for 4 hours, that'd be like, shit, that'd be almost 2 a.m. So yeah, basically as long as I can stay awake. I feel like the last live stream we did, I definitely did not shiny hunt enough. At least not as much as I wanted to. And it's not entirely my fault. That last live stream was not intended to be a shiny hunting stream. The last live stream, the primary focus was to spend the entire stream video editing. And then I got bored of video editing. And I switched the stream over to shiny hunting. But we also spent like the last half hour, 45 minutes of the stream low-key just venting, talking, almost having a therapy session with the chat. So that also kind of cut off some of the shiny hunting that I had intended to do. So to put it in like a more mathematic and scheduled, I guess, timeline. To really put it on a timeline, that's the best way of wording it. The last live stream was 2.5 hours of video editing, 45 minutes of shiny hunting, and like 45 minutes of just venting with the chat. Basically, just chatting. And therefore, because we only shiny hunted for like 45 minutes last stream, it felt lackluster. It felt like we did not do enough. And therefore, this stream, I'm going to try to focus up, lock in, and spend the entire stream shiny hunting. Alright, I'm going to try to avoid going on any rants or therapy hours with the chat. Apologies, you know. As much as I love our therapy sessions, we gotta lock in today, boys. Because that therapy hour that we did last stream, it took away a lot of our time actually shiny hunting. And again, it's not entirely my fault. I wasn't really intending to shiny hunt last stream. The primary focus of the stream was video editing. Shiny hunting was just a plan B when I got bored of video editing. But there was just something like that didn't sit right with me about the fact that we only really did like 4 resets and then I ended the stream. I really only did 4 resets, which is like nothing. At that point, you can't even call it a shiny hunting stream. I just played the game for a good half hour, 45 minutes, at the most casual, loosey-goosey pace. No efficiency, no determination. I don't even think you can call it shiny hunting, because like I said last stream, I mean, with 4 resets, if I'm just doing quick math in my head, that's like 500 abra that we ultimately cycled through. That's not many at all. Today, I'm far more determined, and I'm gonna lock in. It helps that I had a break from stream yesterday. Not only did I have a day off from streaming yesterday, but I had a day off from work yesterday, which is rare. It's very rare that I have a day off from work and I don't stream. But part of the reason I didn't stream is because I spent a lot of yesterday with my wife trying to figure out stuff that we wanted to do moving forward, trying to, get a house and just like budgeting, finances, things like that. A lot of the things we actually talked about recently on stream during some of our therapy sessions. And like I said, we're still trying to successfully get this house. And it's a lot of work trying to get a house. So it's just tough. It's really, really tough to try to work a full-time job, actively look for houses on the market, go tour houses, try to put in offers for houses, which every time you put in an offer for a house, it's not just like this easy process where you send a quick text to the homeowner, be like, hey, I want to purchase your house for this amount of money. No, you got to sign a fuck ton of paperwork. You got to go through all this legal processes. You've got to get pre-approved for the loan. In the event the homeowner accepts the offer, like, you're getting pre-approved for a loan that you're probably not even going to have to ultimately take out, because you're probably going to get outbid by someone else. But it's still a whole process to get that loan pre-approved. So having to do this time and time again, do the budgeting with my wife, figure out finances, and even figure out little niche things. It takes so much time away from me. Like, one of the things my wife and I were trying to figure out yesterday was like paint. What type of paint we want to buy eventually, once we own a house. What colors of paint we want in the house. What brand of paint we want to purchase. And then cross-referencing certain brands of paint. Which ones cost which prices. Which price point is worth it compared to the quality of paint. Like, now we're pretty poor, so like we're probably just going to buy like the cheapest brand of paint, but we still wanted to compare and contrast. And like, just little things, little niche, silly things like that take up so much time out of my day, to the point where yesterday, after we had continued to do all of this stuff for the house, sign all of these documents, and research paint online, next thing I know, I look at my phone and it's fucking 9 p.m. and I'm like, it's too late. I could set up a stream right now, but I don't want to. I just want to go to bed. And I know that sounds hypocritical, considering I started tonight's stream at 9 o'clock, but the difference is, like, today I didn't really do as much. I'm not as tired. I didn't have as much on my plate. I didn't have all of this, like, house bullshit that I had to deal with. The only thing I really did today was, like, cook food, fold laundry, and do a little bit of achievement hunting off stream, because I love achievement hunting. I love me some achievement hunting on Steam. I don't always do that on stream though, because it's very boring. Like, one of the achievements I'm grinding right now off camera is riding 1,000,000 meters on a skateboard in Warframe. I don't think anyone on stream wants to watch me just drive around for 1,000,000 meters on a skateboard and Warframe. That's just boring. Like, you're just gonna watch me drive around in circles for this is no joke, literal possible hundreds of hours, because I've been doing this achievement now off camera for, I'd say, 10 to 15 hours, somewhere in that time frame, and I'm not even a quarter of the way done. I think I actually just got like to about a quarter. It's hard to track because Steam achievements don't update in real time. They'll update very late. But I think I might just be like a quarter of the way to 1,000,000. So, yeah, that's something I'm not going to be live streaming because it's possibly, arguably, the most boring content ever. And it gives me an excuse to like watch YouTube, Netflix, something in the background while I do it, which I also would not be able to do on stream. Quit your full-time job? You know what? You're so right. Quit the full-time job so I can spend all of my time just streaming and house hunting. Now, would I be able to afford a house without the full-time income? No. I also probably wouldn't be approved for a loan. But I'll just gaslight them. I'll lie to them and hope they don't find out that I quit the full-time job. Anyways, got another bundle of abra here. Let's see if we can get any shinies. Oh my god, hiccups. I could feel that hiccup from like a mile away, but I didn't know when I was actually going to hiccup. Thankfully, it didn't interrupt any of my words, my sentences. It waited until I was done talking. That was like a painful hiccup, though. Oh. Yeah, my wife and I always talk about how, like, we want to buy a dream home one day up in, like, the northeast US. And we don't really talk about it in this very utopian sort of way. Like, we don't expect to ever own a mansion or anything fancy like that, nor do we expect to own a lot of property. We're very realistic with our goals. We just want something better than the type of houses we're looking at right now, for example. The type of houses we're looking at right now are pretty cheap and very much so the definition of like a starter home. But my wife and I oftentimes talk about, like, once we can afford something better than a poor person's house, we want to buy like a dream house, a middle-class house, for example, in Maine or New Hampshire, Vermont, maybe in Rhode Island, like somewhere up in the Northeast. But the more we've been going through this process of trying to buy a home, the more we've kind of realized this sucks ass, and we almost never want to do it again. Like, fuck. If we can just find a shack, just a little hut that we can buy, we'll live in that for the rest of our lives, so we don't have to go through this terrible process again. And it's not even that terrible on behalf of, like, some of the people helping us. Like, our realtor is amazing. She's wonderful. And, like, the man that we're using as our mortgage lender has been very helpful along the way. The process just sucks so much because of all of the little nuances that feel like roadblocks to stop you from getting a house. And more importantly, more notably, the way the housing market is right now, which is like every house is just being bought up by a corporation or a rich elderly person. And instead of retiring in like an old folks home or a smaller house like, my grandparents did, a lot of these new 80-year-olds, 70-year-olds, even 90-year-olds, God forbid, a lot of them are retiring to bigger houses. And it's like, what the fuck am I competing against? I'm literally getting outbid on houses by like someone's grandma, someone's great grandma, who's had 3 times the lifespan of me to generate this wealth. I don't know what to say about it, brother. It's just rough out here. That's what I can say. It's very rough out in these streets. But like, there's just, and what also sucks is, and I think I've ranted about this before on stream, but we're first-time home buyers. And because we are using a first-time home buyer loan, which is a little bit more gracious and a little bit more favorable to the home buyer, which is nice. Like, that's one of the cool things about being a first-time home buyer in America, is you don't get as fucked over as someone who's just using a conventional home buying loan. The downside of that is, if someone is selling their house and they have 2 offers on the table, one from me, a first-time home buyer, and one from a rich corporation who's just a conventional standard home buyer, they're never going to accept my offer. Because, again, there are benefits in place to help me, which thus kind of hurt the seller of that house. So, like, I'm very torn about that as well. Because, like, and I don't want to get too much into the nuances of it. I also don't know, like, how much I'm allowed to say without, like, doxing myself. But, like, it just sucks. It sucks because, like, you can only do so much as a first-time home buyer before, like, Big Daddy BlackRock swoops in and steals all the homes. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. I wanted to stream yesterday. I had the day off from work, and like I said, I try really hard to stream every day I have off work, but it just felt like I spent yesterday working away from work. Like, yesterday was a work day, but that work day was spent entirely on trying to figure out home buying stuff with my wife. And I mean, I know I don't need to explain myself. We've talked about it a lot on stream. Most of my chatters are aware of this, at least the regular ones. In fact, the regular chatters are probably annoyed by some of these conversations by now, because almost every other stream I'm ranting about home buying. I apologize. But I fear, and I think I just need to accept that until my wife and I finally, eventually do own a house, it's just going to be tough to have a consistent stream schedule. Now, the one positive thing about yesterday, I guess the one good thing about not streaming yesterday is I didn't technically have to cancel a stream. You know, I didn't have to, like, call in sick from Twitch. Because I didn't have a stream scheduled yesterday. That was the one nice thing. Yesterday was in that perfect golden spot where it was after I finished my last stream schedule and before I posted my next stream schedule. Which is the beauty of posting my stream schedules in kind of weekly batches, almost weekly blocks. Because after one block of a stream schedule ends, I have a bit of leeway before the next block starts, and I can kind of figure out how exactly I want to stream. If I wanted to take yesterday off, I had the option to do so, and I happily accepted that option, that opportunity. How's the luck feeling today? I'll be honest, Sam. I feel good. I feel locked in. I don't want to say I feel lucky, but I'm just like determined. Whether we get it or not, I'm very determined. My arm is itchy. How you been? How's everything been in your neck of the woods? I think ever since we hit 10,000, I've stopped being overly optimistic. Like, I no longer am expecting luck, for lack of a better word, because like before 10,000 it would have been lucky if we got the shiny. Now I'm just I just feel like I'm owed a shiny. I feel like it's due. You know what I mean? But I also don't want to like have that I don't know. It sounds silly to say that because I don't want to have that mentality either. Because then the longer it takes to find the shiny, the more burnt I'm gonna feel by the game. So I'm expecting the shiny at any moment, but I'm trying not to let the lack of a shiny affect me negatively, if that makes sense. I want the game to know that I'm not going to be upset either way. I don't want the game to think that I'm emotionally manipulating it. Locked in is a good feeling. Yeah, like I said, I'm focused. Last stream, I was definitely not focused. We took like half an hour, 45-minute break just to talk with chat. I took a break to watch YouTube videos at one point, and then at another point, we were listening to music with chat. I took like 3 breaks throughout the entire stream, last stream. It definitely was the opposite of locked in. I spent more time just reacting to music or videos and talking with chat than playing the actual game. This stream, we're not reacting to videos, we're not listening to music. Well, technically we are listening to music right now, but it's background music. Alright, I'm not taking song requests. Song requests are dead until we get this shiny. Yeah, no, I'm locked in. Locked in. Playing through Red right now. Big level gap between the 8th gym and Elite 4. You know, I haven't played the original Red, Blue, Yellow in a long time. So I played Red in high school. I played Yellow in college. And I own Blue just as like a collector's item. Just because I wanted to own every Pokemon game. But I don't think I've ever actually played it. But you're not wrong. The level gap there is kind of crazy. The 8th gym is low-key underwhelming. And then the Elite Four, it kind of, I don't know, catches you by surprise. Yeah. Yeah. Blue's team's not bad either. That's the crazy thing. Like, if you don't go in very well prepared or strategized with your team composition, you might get rocked. Like, I got rocked my first time playing back in high school when I was playing my Pokemon Red. I definitely didn't know what I was doing at all. So, like, back then, I didn't know how the physical and special attack split worked. I didn't know that like certain types were physical attacking moves, certain types were special attacking moves. So I just was not very well suited to battle anyone in the Elite Four, let alone Gary. It's my first time with OG Gen 1. That's exciting, though. I mean, that's like a good badge of honor to have just on your belt. Just something nice that you can say that you've accomplished, especially as a fellow Pokemon fan. Using a full team of Pokemon I've never used before besides Charizard since I'm playing Red. That's actually something I respect as well. Something I'm similarly trying to do with some of my future playthroughs is I want to use new Pokemon. Because I feel like I use a lot of the same Pokemon in every playthrough. For example, in this playthrough, besides the starter Pokemon, I think every Pokemon on my team is something I've never beaten this game with before. I've never used on a team. Which is kind of crazy to say I've never used Abra, but that was, and this is going to sound mean. Please don't judge me, alright? I promise I don't feel the same way about him now. But when I was a kid, I hated Abra. I thought his name was stupid. I did not like the naming convention of Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam. Like, high school Caleb thought that was so stupid. It was too silly for me as a, edgy high schooler. I thought it was too quirky, too random. I was too serious for that. So back in high school, I never used Abra. And another Pokemon we're going to be using in this playthrough is Dratini, and eventually leveling it up to Dragonite. Oddly enough, I also never used Dragonite. Probably for similar reasons, because I was like an edgy, emo high schooler. Dragonite was like too girly and like almost like too pop for me. I needed like dark, edgy Pokemon. So like part of the reason I picked Abra for this shiny hunt is not only because it's a very fast shiny hunt, but because I've never played with Abra before. Same with Dragonite. Dragonite, I've never played with Dragonite before. It's not as quick as I'll be honest. Dragonite's going to be a much slower shiny hunt than Abra, but at least it's something new. It's also the same reason why I canceled Eevee. I was going to shiny hunt Eevee for this challenge, but I've used Eevee a million times in a million Pokemon playthroughs. Like, I've beaten so many Pokemon games with, like, Umbreon, Flareon, Glaceon. Like, those are my go-tos. However, by that same logic, I don't need to shiny hunt Eevee in this playthrough. Anyways, we got another batch of Abra here. Bumps us up to 10,960. That's why I like playing Nuzlocke. Kind of forces you to use a random Pokemon. I agree. I wish I did more Nuzlocke on stream. I've only ever done one, and it was a co-op Nuzlocke. Like a... what's the term for it? A Soul Link Nuzlocke that I was doing with another streamer, and they stopped streaming. So we never actually finished that Nuzlocke. That series was left kind of defunct, abandoned, halfway through. At the very least, I can take solace in the fact that it wasn't my fault, but that's one of the many, many reasons why I'm so hesitant to start, like, collaborative content nowadays online, because I've done so many collab content with people, and the other person just quits, and the content dies before it reaches its natural conclusion, or before it reaches like a finale, like that Soul Link Nuzlocke. Or I also one time on Twitch started a Minecraft Skyblock series, and that streamer that I was doing the Skyblock with also quit. And granted, unlike the Soul Link, I could have probably continued doing Skyblock by myself. Like, Soul Link, you need another person to play. Skyblock, I could have continued in solo. But, like, it started as a Minecraft Skyblock co-op. To continue that series as Minecraft Skyblock solo would be stupid, and it made me sad, so I just quit after they quit. Like, I don't know, man. I'm so hesitant to doing multiplayer content online now because I've had a lot of those experiences. Just like the streamer group I was a part of. I was a part of a group of like 10 plus streamers, and it lasted for like 2 years, and then most of them quit. And nowadays, I think there's like 3 of us that still stream. Maybe. I know at least one. One other person streams, so 2 of us. Maybe 3 of us still stream. I've just been burned a lot of times. Listen, I've been burned a lot of times trying to do collab content on stream, and I can't blame those other streamers. Sorry, let's look through these abra, shall we? While I talk, I should multitask. I can't blame those other streamers for like quitting because that's just the nature of being a small streamer. It's a lot of investment, a lot of time, and a lot of energy for not a lot of return. Like, as a small streamer myself, I can easily say, without a doubt, I've invested far more time than I'll probably get back if you had to equate time into some sort of like monetary currency. I've invested far more energy than I'll probably ever get back. And I've definitely invested far more money into streaming than I'll ever get back. Unless one day, someday, I, get big on stream and like it becomes a job for me. But that's something I'm not ever expecting, nor am I ever going to rely on. And therefore, I've accepted the fact that I've invested more than I will get in return. But I'm okay with that because this is fun for me. I enjoy this as a hobby and I enjoy the community of streaming. I think what happens with other small streamers is they start streaming and they either get bored of it, they expect to blow up and become famous, and when they don't, within like the first year, they quit. Or a more realistic thing that happens is they just start to burn themselves out. They realize after 2, 3, 4 years of streaming, I'm putting so much time into this, and I'm still at like 1, 2 viewers. Maybe I should put my time into something else, like family, friends, a relationship. And I can't blame them. Like, that's probably the reason why that Twitch group I was a part of is dead now. And it went from like a group of like 15 streamers down to like 2 or 3 streamers, including myself. And we're no longer a group. Like, the 2 or 3 of us don't really play together anymore, and we definitely don't call ourselves a group anymore, because that'd be kind of sad and a little pathetic. That'd be like if every member of BTS went off to war, which coincidentally they did. Like, they all went to the Korean War, had to go serve in the military, except for like one of them. One of them got out of it, and he kept being BTS by himself. Like, we're not a group anymore. We've accepted that. Like, I can't blame some of my old streaming collaborators for quitting, because again, none of us ever made it big. And therefore, they've all probably moved on to better things, like full-time jobs, starting families, or just finding other hobbies. Thankfully, I'm at a point in life where I have a wife, and I also have continued this hobby, and I'm happy in both, in both aspects of my life. I think it helps that I don't have many other hobbies. So my main two hobbies are like having a wife and streaming, and that's it. Like I would never normally use Executor or Dugong, but both are not bad Pokemon with the typings. Yeah, no, for sure. I also would probably never use Executor unless I'm forced to. I think he looks a little silly. And then they made him even more silly when they turned him into a palm tree. But that's just my personal opinion on my biases and how I view Pokemon. I think Executor's silly. Now, granted, I'm definitely a little biased, and how I view Pokemon is probably not very mainstream. There are some Pokemon I love that I'm well aware other people think are stupid and silly. For example, I love Chandelure, but I know a lot of people online think it's one of the dumbest Pokemon ever. Like, it's very mainstream online to make fun of Chandelure because, haha, funny Chandelier Pokemon. They just made a Pokemon that is a real life, like, entity, an object, a lamp. But I love Chandelure, so I'll never judge someone for like what Pokemon they think like are their favorites versus not favorites, with very few exceptions. Very, very few exceptions. There are a couple Pokemon where if you said it was your favorite, I would have to rearrange my face so it didn't look like I was judging you. I wouldn't judge you verbally, but I'd have to struggle not to judge you physically with my eyes. I've never used Evolution before. I'm using Jolteon for this one. Jolteon's like one of your best picks for an OG Red run. Like playing OG Pokemon Red, Jolteon's so good. I respect you for that. I'd do a soul link with you, brother. I'd link souls with you any day, brother. Dude, it was such a bummer too that Soul Link um series ended because I had such a cool stream setup for it where I had the other streamers' footage live up on my screen at the same time as my footage, and it wasn't like overcrowded. And I also on stream would display all of the Pokemon that I had in my party, as well as all of the Pokemon they had in their party at that time. So you could see every Pokemon that was at least in our parties. Not every Pokemon that was alive, because at some points in the playthrough we had more than 6 Pokemon. But like, you could see my gameplay, my face cam, their gameplay, their face cam, and all of the Pokemon in our parties, all 12 Pokemon. And it was such a cool stream layout. And it still leaves me a little bummed out and butthurt to this day that they stopped streaming it, because I was committed to that Soul Link series. I was like determined to finish it and even maybe like make a YouTube video out of it. And sadly, that never happened. Again, just one of the many reasons I'm very hesitant to like start. I guess a better way of wording it, because I keep saying the same phrase over and over again, which is maybe an incorrect way of wording it. The way I keep saying it is I'm hesitant to do collaborative content on Twitch. That's maybe incorrect and not the best way of wording it. A better way of wording it is I'm hesitant and almost have like trust issues to do long form collaborative content on Twitch, like an entire series with another streamer, or an entire like playthrough with another streamer. I'm definitely hesitant to join another fucking stream group, I'll say that. But, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not hesitant to collab on Twitch, because I've collabed with a fuck ton of people in the last couple years. Since that stream group died. But those were more like one-off streams. I think that's the distinction. I'll happily do a one-off live stream with someone. But, like, if I'm gonna do another series of streams with someone, where I know it's gonna be 5, 10, over 10, like double-digit number of live streams with another streamer, I need to feel very secure about the fact that they're not going to abandon me. Like so many people have abandoned me in the past. I need to be wined and dined. You know? You want to start a stream group? God damn it. You can convince me over some Texas Roadhouse, maybe. Like I said, wined and dined. Yeah, some people have less fun and more expensive hobbies. Yeah, that's what I don't get. Like, streaming, all things considered, isn't even that much of an expensive hobby compared to some of the shit people be out here doing. But I still get judged like crazy from some family members and some friends for streaming. Now, granted, the initial cost can sometimes be pricey, but like get a PC that's able to stream, buy the games you want, the capture cards, cameras. I have a whole fucking like studio light that I use for my stream. Like that, I admit, can be an initial kind of hike in price, an initial barrier to entry. But you don't even need all that shit. Like, you don't need this studio light that I got here. You don't need a studio light. You don't need expensive cameras. I don't have expensive cameras. This is fucking $14. And realistically, you don't need a good PC to start streaming. The PC I'm on is fucking terrible. We've talked about that a million times on this stream. I talk about that all the time on my live. Dude, my PC sucks. I built this thing like over a decade ago, and I've only upgraded it one time. And it was to upgrade my my graphics card from an NVIDIA 760 to an NVIDIA 1060. That's why most of the games I play on stream, I have to play them on low graphics. Because I have a fucking 1060 in this bitch. And that's the only thing I've upgraded. Now, I have upgraded my capture card once as well. But I don't technically count that as an upgrade because the capture card I had originally wasn't even like a real capture card. And it was also gifted to me. It literally was so old, and it was just some like knockoff bullshit. It was so old. I'll give you an example. It was so old that it could kind of recognize the Nintendo Switch 1 as a gaming system. But obviously, it was created and built before the Nintendo Switch 1 was built. So it didn't really fully understand how to record the Nintendo Switch 1. And therefore it had a lot of issues capturing, recording, and more specifically live streaming my Switch 1. One issue it had is a delay in the footage. Another issue is it could only stream the audio to either you, the viewer on Twitch, or me, the streamer. So when I first started streaming my Switch on this old capture card, I had to make the decision as to whether or not I wanted to hear the game or my stream was allowed to hear the game. Almost always I let the viewers listen to the game audio, obviously, because I wanted my stream to be as enjoyable to watch as possible. But like, that meant that I almost never knew what was going on. For example, my entire playthrough of Breath of the Wild, I never heard a single sound. My entire playthrough of Mario Odyssey, never heard a single sound. Like, some of those first couple games I bought for my Switch 1, I had no audio the entire time. I had no clue what those games even sounded like, melodically. Like, it's crazy. Thankfully, I also upgraded my capture card a couple years into streaming, so I no longer have to use that old capture card. And you know what's funny? I'm talking so much trash on this old capture card. It wasn't even that bad when it came to like capturing a Nintendo 64, for example. It could do that perfectly. It was just, again, so old and thus built before the Switch that it didn't really know what the Nintendo Switch was. It was very funny. Like, it was funny watching the capture card recognize that the Switch was a gaming console. I don't know what the fuck I just said. It was funny watching the capture card recognize that the Switch was a gaming console, but it couldn't pinpoint what console it was because it wasn't built into the hardware of the capture card. The Switch didn't exist when the capture card was created, so it just kind of spewed out footage as best as it possibly could. Like, it could recognize an N64. It knew how to capture that footage and how to recognize that footage. The Switch was like an unknown entity, like a fucking cryptid. If someone told me their favorite Pokemon was something like Wormadam, I would probably judge. Yeah, I mean, like, I was probably gonna give it. You know, it's really funny you say Wormadam, because I was gonna give a similar example and say like Silcoon or Cascoon, like one of those weird middle evolution bug Pokemon. Like, if that's your favorite Pokemon, I won't verbally tell you that you're stupid, but I might think it. Or like, if you tell me your favorite Pokemon is Unpheasant, and I'm talking the ugly version of Unpheasant, and you know what version I'm talking about. You don't even need to ask. No one in the chat needs to ask which version is the ugly version. We all know what version is the ugly version. The ugly version of Unpheasant? Why? Why? Get some help. Like, again, this is a judgment-free zone, but like, there are other choices out there. Unpheasant can be in like your top 5. But favorite? Anyway, so we have another bundle of Abra here. And we'll see if any of them are shiny. I could be doing hard drugs. Instead, I'm streaming. Exactly! Like, I really don't think this hobby is that detrimental, besides the initial financial barrier to entry I was just mentioning. But like I said, even that it's not that expensive. Your stream just might look a little low quality. Like, I'll admit my stream is a little low quality because I have a $14 webcam. I'm not using like a fucking DSLR to make myself appear as bright and beautiful and HD as possible. But I'm also, you know, not trying to come off as though I look that way, nor do I care if I look that way. You know, I don't need to buy like an OnlyFans model quality of camera because I'm just playing fucking Pokemon. Like, it almost would look worse in contrast. It would look more off-putting if my camera quality was HD, but then I'm out here streaming a fucking GameCube, which is super low res footage anyways. Like, I might as well be the same aesthetic as the GameCube. You know? Stuff can be cozy. I agree. Especially, like, nowadays, I should just lean into it, as the rise of AI is making everything look like plastic and shiny and almost like this weird, uncanny HD. Like, that's something I low-key think about and I fear about, is like, with AI getting more and more popular, and now there are literal AI streamers out there, I almost want to purposefully look low quality so people can see my stream and at least breathe a breath of fresh air, a sigh of relief that, like, at least he's a real fucking person. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? At least I'm not gonna be watching AI slop if I tune into this shiny hunting stream. I agree. Like, I technically have other cameras currently sitting in my Amazon wishlist right now, but whenever there's an Amazon Prime Day, I never really feel the urge, nor like the priority, to go buy them. If there is an Amazon Prime Day, like for example, the last Amazon Prime Day, the only thing I bought was like a tool set, because I thought that would be a helpful thing to have once I finally have a house. It was like a nice tool set. But like, I don't really feel like I need a good camera, because I just want to be relatable, and I feel like being poor is relatable, especially nowadays, when the divide between, like, the rich elites eating caviar and human babies is greater between those living in the slums. Like, never has there ever been such a stark, craterous fucking canyon between the 1% and the poor in, like, the last century. Centuries, honestly. And therefore, I might as well lean into my audience, that being my fellow poors, my fellow people, and it would be thus a betrayal to my fellow people if I got a camera that was more than $14. You know? I think it feels pretty free to stream without Stream Group. You can have all different kinds of buddies to stream with. If you prefer to stream a certain couple people, that's fun. You can lock in with only a set amount of people to play with. I agree. You also bring up a very good point there. It is very freeing to stream without the title, the moniker of a group attached to you. Because that was one issue I ran into with my old group, is we all streamed together and played games together for like 2 years. And eventually, towards the end of that time, there started to be drama, where like certain people couldn't play games with certain people. Specifically, one guy did not want to play games with me. I've told this story a million times on stream, so I'm going to tell the very quick version of it. Apologies. If you want more details, ask for more details in the chat, and I will tell it again. But he was very jealous of the friendship and the camaraderie that I had with another girl in the group. I just get along well with people. Like, I have good rapport with people. I don't know what to say. And it was very obvious that he had a crush on this girl in the stream group. And I don't think he liked the fact that me and her got along so well. Which, crazy that he was jealous over my friendship with her, Cause I'm fucking married, dog. Like, I'm not gonna throw away my real life marriage for a fucking girl in a Twitch group that I'm just so happen to be a part of. I've heard it before. I'm gonna ask you for more details. I don't know if that's serious or not. I feel like I actually am kind of giving more details as the story goes on. Loki. Yeah, so we were part of this big stream group, and it was just so obvious that this one guy in the stream group had the biggest crush on this other girl in the stream group. They were both single. They were both about the same age. And I was only like a couple years older than her, so it like I guess wasn't unreasonable that he thought I was a threat. But again, like, she's way closer to you in age. She's single, you're single, and I'm married. But I guess because I have good charisma and rapport with people, and I just know how to communicate, he saw it as a threat. I also think he was taking out some of his own, like, personal... I'm trying to be nice about how I word this, but it's difficult to be nice at the same time. So, like, he was, as I said earlier, very obvious about his crush on her in ways that would sometimes make the gaming sessions uncomfortable. They would make the live streams uncomfortable, and it would make this girl uncomfortable. And therefore, because she started to push him away instead of fall in love with him, I think that caused him to just get his, like, feelings hurt. And instead of taking those emotions out in a healthy way or having any self-awareness that it was his fault and coming to terms with that in a healthy way, he took his emotions out on me because, again, I had a good friendship with her and we had a good rapport on stream. Like, we had a good banter back and forth. So eventually this all came to a head when I got a message not from him but from someone else in the stream group saying that he didn't want to play games with me anymore, and he no longer wanted to be in the same, like, live streams as me. And when they messaged me that, I was so confused. And I went and, like, checked. And not only did he, like, unadd me on Discord, unadd me on, like, other social medias, like, you know, silly ones like Twitter, but he went as far as to unfollow me on Twitch. Which, at that point, like, we're in the same streaming group, but you won't even follow me on the streaming platform we both stream on. You're petty. Like, I feel like he was just being petty. All over his little, like, puppy dog feelings getting hurt. And I don't know how he thought that was going to fix the situation. I don't know if, like, he thought because he didn't want to stream with me anymore and we wouldn't be in the same gaming lobbies that he would have more alone time with this girl and I wouldn't be there as, like, a threat. Just a friendly reminder, we're gonna do little 5-minute reminders. I'm fucking married, so I'm not a threat, but, like, whatever. But, like, that low-key was almost like the straw that broke the metaphorical back that led to this gaming group ending. Now, there were a lot of reasons that gaming group ended. That wasn't the only reason. So, another reason that gaming group came to a close was because it was started in COVID, and we all had a lot of free time because we were all in lockdown. But then as, 2 years had passed at that point, and those lockdown restrictions had been lifted, we were less online, and thus playing games less together. Another reason that streaming group came to a close and the streaming group died is because a lot of the people stopped streaming. That was around the time most of us had graduated college, so a lot of them had gotten jobs, had moved on to other things with their lives, and they just quit streaming. But I genuinely believe, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say this or making it about me when I say this, but I genuinely believe that the straw that broke the camel's back and caused the streaming group to officially die was him ultimately unadding me on every social media and making this boss call, this fucking presidential decision that he didn't want to play games with me anymore. Because it then made games even more difficult to play as a group. It made streams difficult to organize, and it just expedited the process of the stream group dying, because lobbies were already becoming difficult to coordinate, and streams were already becoming difficult to organize because so many people were quitting streaming and so many people were no longer online. And now that he made it even more difficult for people to plan live streams together, because me and him couldn't be in the same stream, according to him. Which, by the way, I never said the same thing. I never agreed to those terms of service. I never felt the same way. Alright? I never reciprocated those feelings. I was more than willing to play games with him and stream with him. He was the one, again, who insisted upon this rule. It just made planning live streams so much more difficult for everyone, because they either could play with me or they could play with him, but they couldn't play with both of us. They could stream with me, they could stream with him, but they couldn't stream with both of us. And that's just fucking annoying. It was annoying for everyone. And I felt bad for the other people in the group, that they had to almost organize their entire stream around that, because it wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't my call. He just, again, got his puppy dog's feelings hurt over a crush that didn't like him back, and that was my fault, apparently. Which, again, 5-minute reminder, I'm fucking married. And I just don't get it. All of that just so he could, again, try to maybe increase his chances of getting with this girl. By the way, never happened. Surprise, surprise. This girl that was never interested in you in the first place, you kind of creeped her out, and your crush on her was a little bit overbearing, not just for her, but for everyone in the group, because it was so fucking obvious, and you were so awkward about it. Yeah, you trying to cut me out of the friend group so you had more time alone with her, surprisingly didn't solve all your problems, and didn't result in some happily ever after wedding over the rainbow. No, they're not together. Can you believe that, chat? They didn't end up together. Oh my god. Instead, he just resulted in pissing everyone off and expediting the death of that streaming group. Little selfish fuck. Sorry. If you can't tell, I'm still a little mad about it. I had so much fun with that streaming group. And instead, he low-key turned me into a pariah. Now, obviously, not everyone treated me like a pariah. It was mostly just him who cut me out. But, some people low-key did pick sides. Some people would stream with him more than they would stream with me. And that fucking sucks. It sucks that I got, cut out and turned into this like exiled person in the streaming group by no choice of my own and no fault of my own other than being like charismatic with someone of the opposite gender who just so happened to have the poor fortune of having some fucking huge ego boy crush fall upon her. I thought you weren't married at the time. Like, not married yet. I guess you're right. I was engaged at that time. So this would have been back during... Yeah. I would have been engaged. This would have been back during 2022. So I was engaged. 2022, 2023. You are correct. I was engaged, not married. But, all the same. Engaged, married, widowed. Even if I'm single, I'm not going for a fucking Twitch girl. You don't need to worry about me as competition, my brother. Like, the last thing I'm gonna do is seek relationships over the purple tinted screen owned by Jeff Bezos. Like, I like real life women too much. Fucking moron. Sorry, I'm being mean, but I don't care. Anyways, you asked for more details, you got more details. If I don't make something myself in MS Paint, I will commission small artists for money. I vibe with that heavy. One of my only commissioned pieces, artworks, whatever you want to call it, ever was from a small artist who specifically, they specifically work in pixel art. So it's actually one of my emotes. So all of my emotes I either made myself or it's just like a picture that I pulled off of my camera. But there's one emote that I did not make myself, and it's the pixel art doggo, which is a play off the word CSGO. So it's dog colon go. Now on Twitch, you aren't allowed to have colons in emote names. But like on YouTube and on any other platforms where this picture appears, there is a colon in the middle. But back when Counter-Strike was still Counter-Strike Global Offensive, before it became Counter-Strike 2, and thus when it was still referred to as CSGO, I had an artist commission this emote for me, and I called it Doggo as a play on CSGO, because it's a dog holding a gun. And I agree with you, Sam. Like, if I am ever going to commission an artist, it's going to be like a small artist, like this one. And if I ever commission an artist again, it's going to be another small artist. Like, I've only ever ordered one commissioned piece before in my life, but I fully agree with you. 100%. Be back into the system for sure. The shiny hunting tea goes crazy. Listen. I can't help it. Did I increase the shiny counter for this bundle? Oh no, I can't remember. I'm gonna have to pull up the YouTube stream. I can't remember if I increased the number for this batch of Abra. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up the YouTube stream. I think I did. Yeah, I did. Alright. Cool. Almost knocked my tripod over, but I can confirm that we increased the total from, it looked like it was like 1190 something, and now we're at 1100. 234. 11234. That's a very quirky number. very quirky, very funny, very random. Okay, cool. Let's see if we get any shinies. Yeah, I don't know. I will say, like, I obviously wasn't the perfect person because, and I'm always trying to grow, evolve, and become a better person because I definitely could have handled that situation better. For example, once he stopped playing games with me and like cut me off, I never tried to remedy the situation. I kind of just like backed down and I just never communicated with him like, hey, how can we fix this? How can we resolve this? Why are you upset with me? Even though I knew why he was upset with me because it was so obvious to me, to the girl, to everyone in the streaming group that he had a crush on her. Um, but like, you know, looking back, I could have obviously tried to handle the situation a bit more positively. But again, I was younger back then, and life's all about growth. At the very least, I'm just proud of myself for not crashing out over it. Because I was very upset in the moment. Instead, I just decided to kind of like shut up and just be quiet about it. But I think being quiet about it and like not communicating obviously didn't solve anything either, and also led to the downfall of that streaming group. And now that I am older and more mature, and like I said in my last stream, life's always about trying to learn from your mistakes. I think one of the mistakes I could have learned from, and I have learned from that moment of my life, is I could have just communicated with him. Would it have fixed everything? Probably not. He probably still would have refused to play games with me. Maybe he would have never responded because he went through the hassle of unadding me and unfollowing me on every social media. If I tried to reach out, he probably would have just ghosted me. But I should have at least tried to communicate with him and tried to find a resolution with him. However, what's important is I know that now, you know? Like, I can see how to handle those situations better now. Therefore, if something like that were to happen again, which I doubt, but you know what I mean. If anything similar to that situation ever happens again, I know better paths forward. And I can take that as a win. Like, that situation might have sucked. That situation might have been a bit of an L, as the kids would say. And that situation definitely... It sucked for me specifically because I, again, felt like I became a pariah in that streaming group who was not only cut off by that one person, but eventually got cut off by a lot of people who ended up just choosing to stream with him instead of streaming with me. It almost like turned the streaming group into two separate groups, like almost like fucking Romeo and Juliet, two feuding families. Like, I didn't like becoming a pariah, and it definitely wasn't fair to me that I got turned into that sort of figure. And while that sucks, and that's a negative, the positive of it, to try to, you know, look at things glass half full, positive of the situation is we can learn how to grow and improve upon those types of moments in our life. Wasn't interested in an e-girl. See, I'm trying to be very respectful to her because, like, she was a good streamer. Like, she was a chill girl. She was a good friend. And she doesn't stream anymore. We don't really talk anymore. So, like, while we're not that close, I'd still consider her a friend if she wanted to reach out and like stream again. Like if she ever got back into streaming, I would happily stream with her because she was really fun to stream with. She was good content. So like there's a reason why I'm using specifically mean language about him, which is maybe not nice, and maybe I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't be mean when I'm referring to the guy in this story. But there's also a reason I'm specifically not referring to this girl in like any wording or language that can be referred to as derogatory. Not even the word e-girl, which could be referred to as like neutral. Because like I thought she was cool. And I think Sam's last chat message is a very funny way of putting it. Like, the stream group literally was ruined because he had no Riz, and I just treated her like a fucking respectful, almost like coworker. Like, we were two streamers, both trying to stream, both trying to, like, do the same part-time job. And because I just treated her like a coworker at a part-time job, both grind in the same hustle, he did not like that. He did not like that we were better at the hustle than him. He did not like that we were better at the grind than him. In his mind, we were actually grinding. There was no real grinding going on. No physical grinding. Just gaming grinding. Grinding the game. Grinding the chat. I'll grind with the chat. Sorry. Probably shouldn't flirt with the chat right now. Not in the context of this story. Now's not the time. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for that girl I'm referencing in this story. And I would like shout out her stream, but because she doesn't stream anymore, I want to give her her privacy, assuming she left the internet for the sake of her privacy. Like, I have a lot of respect for her because she had to put up with so much incessant flirting from this obnoxious, cringy, just can't take a hint e-boy. And she always was like respectful to him while also not like, you know, she was never mean about it, but also never let him on. Like, she was very firm about just being friends and streaming collaborators, and she was a good streamer. Like, I thought her content was very good. So yeah, shout out to her. This is the one downside of you know, having to deal with obnoxious e-boys. I guess that's not only that, just one of the downsides of fucking being a woman on Twitch. Couldn't think of a more polite way to put it, but like, that's the blunt way of putting it. Like, I'll make self-deprecating jokes all the time about how, like, you know, I think one of the jokes I made recently on stream was, oh no, it wasn't a joke. It was something a chatter said that I disagreed with. But this is kind of related. Like, a chatter was making fun of furries in my chat. It's like my YouTube chat specifically. And I was kind of disagreeing with them. That, like, I don't think... Oh, was it furries or... Oh, no. I can't remember if it was furries or VTubers. Or maybe it was a furry VTuber. I don't remember. My memory's so bad, bro. It doesn't matter. The reason this relates, though, is like, I was making the argument with them because they were saying that this person was only a like VTuber because they wouldn't be popular if they had to show their real face. Basically implying, without any proof or evidence, not that it fucking matters, because you shouldn't judge people off looks anyways, but like, this person in my YouTube chat was basically implying that this person's only a VTuber because if they show their real face, people wouldn't follow them because they're ugly. And I don't know why, but that kind of reminds me of the situation that we were just talking about now with the fucking cringy e-boy. But like, that is one of the downsides of like being like a female streamer, for example, is you'll get just incessantly harassed by fucking cringy e-boys. And you might be wondering, well, how is this related? Because the same chatter, at least in the same stream, I don't know if it was the same chatter, but in the same stream, like, people tried to say that, like, well, if you're pretty and good looking, or, you know, if you're like a hot girl, you have it so easy on stream. You know, it's so easy to grow on Twitch if you're like a hot girl. And I don't necessarily disagree with that sentiment. Like, I think if Twitch had two streams, both at the same size and height on their homepage, so let's just say they were equidistant and equal size, and they're the only two streams you see when you open up the homepage, one of them was my face and one of them's a beautiful woman, you're probably gonna click her. Like, that's just the obvious. That's just genetics, baby. Like, I don't doubt that. But while that might be beneficial for their ability to grow on Twitch and get more viewers on Twitch, you're also more likely to be harassed, which sucks. Like, I'm grateful that I don't have fucking a gaggle of e-boys in my DMs constantly trying to, like, find out where I live or send me dick pics. Like, that sounds like a nightmare. I'd always click you in a heartbeat. Thanks. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm very, like I said, very torn about how I feel about things. Because, for example, going back to that same stream and that same chatter that I was, like, low-key arguing with, they tried to make that argument that, like, VTubers are only popular because they're putting on this persona of, like, being an anime person, oftentimes with huge tits, which they might have an argument there. they do oftentimes have huge tits. And, like, if they showed their real face, no one would watch. And, like, I think the latter half of that chat message is so fucking, like, it just completely eliminates your entire argument. You lose all ground to stand on the moment you bring up, like, someone's looks. Now, while I will never judge someone for their looks, I do respect some streamers more. Is that bad to say? Like, I, for example, will respect a VTuber more than, like, someone who's beautiful. I think if you show up on stream and you're a fucking supermodel, I don't even respect you that much. Because, like, obviously you're gonna plaster yourself all over the internet. As you should. Like, okay. And grass is green. Grass is green. The sky is blue. And supermodels post pictures and videos of themselves all over the internet. Like, that I don't find impressive. Someone making a VTuber avatar of themselves, that's like, okay, that's kind of cool. You put some work into that. I'd say that's like mediocre levels of I'm impressed. You know what impresses me the most? And maybe I'm biased. I'm always impressed when someone like myself goes live and they're scuffed as fuck. Like, if you're willing to put yourself out there and you're a little ugly, shit, I'm right there with you, brother. I respect you more. I respect you more. I'm just saying. Like, I don't know. I mean, listen, I understand that most people don't feel the same way. Most people probably don't agree with me about this. And that's just immediately statistically proven in the viewer counts. There's no surprise that, like, most of the popular streamers are relatively good looking. There are very few streamers out there that are ugly as fuck. And a lot of them, I'm not going to name names, are only popular because they're either like an OG of the platform, back when it was like Justin TV, or they're like the best to ever do it in the game they play. But like nowadays, if someone blows up on Twitch, it's less because of their content and more just because, like, they have supermodel looks, supermodel money, or like supermodel ways of attracting attention spans for the youth. They've got that supermodel brain rot. They've got that top quality brain rot. You want peak viewership on stream nowadays? Just make sure your content's constant brain rot with a pretty face on the screen. It don't even have to be your pretty face, honestly, half the time. A lot of these kick streamers are just hiring OnlyFans girls to show up as props on camera. But like, I don't respect that. Like, I'm sorry. I don't respect you as much if you're a supermodel on camera compared to like someone who just got off their shift working a double at Domino's. They have no makeup on, their hair's greasy as fuck, and they still got pizza dough flour all over their shirt, playing like Mario Party fucking 6 in their basement. I respect that streamer way more because that's relatable to me. I, as a fellow, you know, what's the fucking... See, this is how you know I'm getting old. I don't know the fucking rating system these kids are using nowadays. Isn't there like a literal power scaling ranking system people are using to like rate looks nowadays? Like, me as a fellow like one, I can relate to other ones compared to like these streamers out here who are getting fucking jaw surgery to try to make themselves look more like a fucking 10. I don't think 10's the max. Isn't it like a stupid number? What's that fucking rating system called? What's that dumbass fucking scale called? Isn't like the max like 8? Some stupid fucking number. Yeah, the PSL scale. What's the fucking max on that? Why the fuck? See, that to me, that's how you know this shit was made by someone who's definitely got someone who's got a bit too much of the tism. Their special interest is not trains, it's looks maxing. Because who the fuck makes a perceived sexual market value scale and it goes from 0 to 8? Why the fuck is the top number 8? I said we were going to log in for today's stream and I've gotten distracted so many times to stop playing the game. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Like, I can relate more to some of my fellow zeros far faster than I can relate to an 8. Therefore, like, if I pull up a stream and someone fucking looks like an 8, I'm clicking off. But if I pull up a stream and you're a 0, that's my best friend right there. That's my best friend. Anyways, we got another batch of Abra here. Bumps us up to 11371 Abra. My special interest is trains. Oh, we know, brother. I know. That's why I try to entice you sometimes. Whenever I think you're lurking, I'll just randomly like whisper it into the mic. I'm like, it's like a Pavlovian response, just to see if you're still around, just to see if you're still watching with audio. I'll just sensually whisper trains into the microphone. Let's see if I can get a chat message from you. See if we're still alive. But yeah. Like, that's where I get so torn, because like I said, going back to that YouTube chatter who I was low-key arguing with a couple months ago, I don't remember if it was a furry VTuber or a VTuber. I think it might have been a furry VTuber, because it had something to do with furries. They were also trying to like make fun of furries, and like, listen, I'm never going to fully give my political support to furries, because I know what goes on in that community, and there's a lot of stuff that I just don't want to be associated with. But I also am not going to make fun of them, because a lot of them are just completely normal people. I think it kind of falls into the same like category as like VTubers, where I will respect you way more for being a furry than being a supermodel, because at least you're putting yourself out there and you're willing to like be eccentric. Like, you're willing to go out in public and do something that most people would make fun of you for. That is respectable to me. Like, that is impressive. Going out in public and being a supermodel, not impressive. Going out to like a Benihana in a fursuit and having most of the people there probably stare at you like you're a fucking spectacle, that's impressive to me, and I can respect that. I think the reason I just argued with that chatter so much is because so much of their point in the chat and their argument was centered around, well, like, these people are hiding their faces because they're ugly. And so what? So fucking what? You know what? Like, I'd have more questions if they were pretty and hiding their face. Because what are you hiding for? What crimes have you committed? What have you done? What are you hiding from? God damn it, I pressed the wrong button. I've done so many war crimes. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Just I I think to me, I care way more about like being able to vibe with people than giving a fuck about like whether or not they're a VTuber or like God forbid a furry. I think for me it depends what type of animal they are. Sorry. Uh, and that's kind of the same mentality I use going into a lot of my collabs now on stream. Is like I want to have a pretty good understanding of like that person's personality, their content, what type of vibe they give off on stream before I want to commit to a collab. Because admittedly, if I knew how cringy and awkward that fucking little boy crush man child was, I would have never gotten into a Twitch group with him. But I kind of got into that Twitch group without much prior knowledge or research. I just was excited to be a part of a group. You know, I didn't do my research beforehand. Whereas now, like, I want to have a good understanding of who I'm going to be collaborating with before I collaborate with them. Similar to like the game show that we hosted back in April. All of the contestants of that game show, I either did a sit-down interview with over Discord just to get a good understanding of like their personality, how they would talk and act on the game show, what they were like, or I had already known them prior, and I just kind of had a quick back and forth with them over text to get a feel of like, yeah, again, what they were expecting, how exactly they were planning on performing, or you know, just an understanding of how they wanted to play and participate in this game show. Because if someone answers that question of like, well, I don't really give a fuck, then you're not playing. You're not going to participate if you don't give a fuck. I don't remember having this conversation. To be fair, you were an alternate, so you were a bit of a different process. You underwent a little bit of a different process. Your process of participation was more of a fuck, someone dropped out, where's Brandon? Lucky. I did not listen. It was a wild day leading up to the game show. Wild 48 hours leading up to the game show. I went into that with 9 players and 2 alternates, and then the day of, both alternates needing to be part of the cast. Like, that was not what I was expecting. It almost made me scared that I didn't have enough alternates when I had to activate you like 2 days beforehand, and then I had to activate my second alternate the morning of the game show. So then we still had like 12 hours to go before the game show started, and I was so nervous that someone else was going to drop out. I was so fucking nervous, especially because one of our players was from Australia, and therefore the game was starting at like 1 p.m. East Coast time on the US, like 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Australian time? That's like fucking 5 a.m. So I was so worried this dude wasn't gonna wake up on time. Thank God he woke up on time. And I then had the heartbreaking displeasure of having to eliminate him first from the game show as the host. I felt so bad when the Australian was the first person eliminated, because all I could think about in the back of my mind was he just woke up at 5 a.m. to be first eliminated. This is fucked. Like, I felt so fucked. I didn't even realize they were Australian. I just thought they had a quirky, Midwest accent. I'm joking. Yeah, Alpha was Australian. And I was so nervous the day of Wolf's Den Season 1 because, like I said, I asked you to play like 2 days before. So that used up one of my alternate slots. And then the other alternate was Clara, my sister, aka Random Girl. And I had to activate her as an alternate like the morning of. So we still had almost name drop. Nah, I don't care. I've said her name a million times on stream. And I'm honestly annoyed with her that she didn't let me say her name during the game show. She also streams, and when we stream together, we call each other by our names. Like, she calls me Caleb, I call her Clara, because we're brother and sister. That's how we always call each other. And then, as you know, as a player of that season, I sent every player a message. Hey, what name do you want me to call you by during the game show? And when she responded to that message with random, I was like, what the fuck do you mean? I've been calling you Clara my entire life as your brother, and now you want me, for this game show, to try to readjust my entire muscle memory, just rewire my entire brain to call you random? Like, I still don't know why she made that choice, because she has happily allowed me to call her Clara every time we stream together. Braun was fine. Braun was fine. I thought it was funny because every time I said it, I just thought of LeBron James. That one wasn't difficult. But, like, I don't know. I don't understand why she did that. It made it so difficult for me. And I messed up a couple times throughout the stream where I still called her Clara, and I'm like, it's your fault. It's her fault. And I don't feel bad. Which, side note, speaking of her, crazy that she was an alternate and she ended up winning. Like, as a fan of reality competition shows like Survivor, Big Brother, etc., I always find it crazy, just like a random fun fact when an alternate wins one of those shows, because it's so rare on like Survivor or Big Brother to have an alternate win. Now, usually it's more rare on those shows because they're hosted in real life, obviously, and thus the alternates have less time to prepare in real life than the actual players. So the real players have more of a leg up, but still, kind of crazy. Yeah, I was just so nervous the day of the game show that like Alpha wasn't gonna wake up on time. Also, spoiler, it's been a month. It's been a month. And the YouTube edit at this point is probably not coming out for like another month because I'm still waiting on footage from fucking Zach. Mr. Melon Wizard has yet to finish sending me the rest of the footage. So, like, I've just been stun locked. I can't finish editing it. He's only sent me 3 out of the 5 video files he has. And I don't feel bad outing him on stream. 1, because he's already outed himself. And 2, because I paid him for footage. I paid him already, and he has not given me the footage. So at this point, I am owed what I paid. It's like paying for a meal at Popeyes, a 5-piece tender, and you get like an alive chicken and no way to cook it yourself. Anyways, sorry. I also feel like there's a level of privacy that people still try to keep on the internet. Yeah, I get that. I've pretty much given that up because I was maybe not dumb, but not thinking about it when I started streaming in high school. So because I've been streaming since high school, I've had my face on the internet for so long, I've had so much of my life just constantly blasted on the internet. Like, I talk about my life so much on the internet. Like, I don't care when it comes to myself, but I definitely understand when other people want that level of privacy when it comes to, like, either being a VTuber or, like, a furry. I get it. Again, I think, like, there are arguments to both sides of that coin of, like, sorry, I'm wording this terribly. There are arguments to, like, why you should support someone who's, like, a real-faced person versus why you should support, like, someone who's not. But to me, like, I put my support into people that I feel like I can relate to, people that I feel like are personable. And that's kind of why, even though I was joking a little bit earlier, like, I low-key support, like, small streamers and, like, people that I find relatable, which are oftentimes, like, people that kind of look like me, like, very scuffed streamers who are small in size, but at least have, like, a good personality on stream, a good way that they talk to their chat, and a good, just, I don't know, kind of commentary and flow of conversation. Like, that's why I enjoy watching your streams, Sam. I think that's the important thing. Like, it's less about whether or not they're a VTuber, or whether or not they're really pretty looking. Like I said earlier, and I think I didn't put enough emphasis on this when I said it earlier, looks to me should not matter. Looks to me should not be that important. The only time to me it is important is, like, if you're a fucking supermodel on stream, or a celebrity, or just, like, a really good looking person, I'm probably not going to watch you as much because I can't relate to that. I can't relate to, like, a celebrity. I can't relate to a supermodel. But I can relate to, like, a fucking Domino's worker who just got off their shift, is still in their uniform, and playing Mario Party. I can relate to, like, Sam, who's a PNG tuber, but has a really good fucking way of interacting with their chat and talking while they play games. I enjoy that. Like, I enjoy those types of streamers. And I know I said earlier, like, I don't really support furries as much, but I'll make exceptions. Like, there are definitely always exceptions to that rule. Like, I don't hate, but I know what goes on in that community, and I try to stay away from it. However, you can always prove me wrong. Maybe there's a furry out there that's got the same exact personality as me. They got a stream that's like my perfect type of content. The content that I would love to consume. Maybe they're like a furry that's a cow, in which case I would literally love to consume them, because boy do I love a ribeye steak. Sorry, that's a terrible joke. Yeah, it was hard to argue the furry conversation with that chatter, because I know what goes on in that community, but I'll still defend people because they shouldn't be judged for bad seeds, bad eggs, you know? Like, just because there are bad people in your community that are doing some devilish things doesn't mean you should be judged for being a part of that community. And that's why I don't hate and I won't judge. I'm not gonna get involved. It's not for me. Anyways, we have another bundle of Abra here. Let's see what we got going on. Like, I'll make jokes, like we're making jokes right now on stream. But when that chatter came in, being very volatile and like mean, I will defend. I will also defend. I'm fair. I'm a fair, unbiased, impartial streamer. You know, I'll make my jokes, but if someone comes into the chat and is just genuinely being an asshole to like a group of people that I think do not deserve it, I'll argue with that chatter. I will disagree with that chatter. Yeah. I'm very excited though. I'm hoping we can finally get the Wolf's Den Season 1 video uploaded soon, once Zach sends me the rest of the footage. Because he did send me part 3 just the other day. So now I'm just waiting on parts 4 and parts 5. And my plan is to not only release that footage on YouTube, but then after the video's been out for like a week or two, I'm gonna edit it down into like possibly 50 parts, give or take. Like 50 individual videos vertically, and upload it to vertical platforms like TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts. And then every day I'll upload one of the 50 parts to those vertical platforms, which will hopefully bring in some traction to the channel, but also bring in some traction to get people to apply for Season 2. And I cannot tell you how excited I am for Season 2. I have so many good ideas for Season 2, and I think I've officially finalized the, like, I guess plan, the schedule. No, schedule's a bad word, because that implies I know what day Season 2 is going to be. I don't know what day, but, like, I've officially finalized the layout for how Season 2 is going to go. Now it's just a matter of building it all in Minecraft, and obviously waiting for Season 1 to finally get posted on YouTube. Once Season 1 gets posted on YouTube, then we can host Season 2. It would be kind of silly to do those two things out of order. But, yeah. Officially, I have the plan for Season 2 finalized. What twists there will be, what twists there won't be, what advantages I want to bring back, what advantages are not coming back. maybe there'll be new advantages. And also, one of the things we were talking about a stream or two ago, I can't remember exactly what stream it was, but we were talking about how I was still a little torn about the theme I wanted to do for season 2. How I wanted every season to have a theme. Not that the theme is the most important thing ever. It's very much so under the surface, just as like a backdrop for design purposes and for having a nice kind of almost color coordination with challenges and things like that. But I officially know what the theme is going to be for season 2, and I love it. I'm so excited, and it fits so well into some of my plans for not only challenges, but I don't want to spoil too much. It's just gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. Very excited. So the plan now is to start scripting out some things more. That was something we talked about in a recent stream. Season 1, when I described like how a challenge was supposed to happen, or the rules for a challenge, I was doing it kind of off the cuff, improv style. For season 2 and beyond, I'm going to have literal scripts I will read to describe the rules for a challenge and how a challenge is to be played. So I do have to continue working on those scripts, and I also now need to start building season 2 in Minecraft. But otherwise, the layout, if you will, for season 2 is complete on both paper and on an Excel file. I got the rough draft finalized. Like I said, I'm very excited about that because I think it's gonna go so well. Like, season 1 went pretty well with a few minor hiccups here and there, like TNT Run, for example, and there were also a few things that could have gone better. For example, I was planning and scheduled out that game show to be around 6 hours, and it ended up taking like 8, which I felt so bad about. But part of the reason it took 8 is because one person showed up so late, like an hour late. And another reason it ended up taking 8 hours is because I think when I was test running challenges beforehand, I was test running them with my like Minecraft capabilities, expecting my Minecraft capabilities to be mediocre. And then I realized that maybe I was underselling myself a little bit. For example, like the parkour challenge, the first challenge of season 1. That challenge took me like 2-3 minutes. Because yeah, there were some difficult parts, like the 4-block jump took me a couple tries when I test ran that challenge. And the Neo jump took me a handful of tries. But then when we actually played the challenge with you all, it took like half an hour. And I did not expect that. So some of the challenges ended up taking way longer than I expected, which also pushed the timer back. So one thing I want to improve on from season 1 to season 2 is like actually having a proper estimate of how long it's going to take. Because I felt bad that I told people the game show would take like 6 hours and it ended up taking 8 hours. I did feel bad about that. Some of the things were out of my control, but some of the things I could have anticipated better. And again, that's not to say that season 1 was bad. I thought season 1 was a lot of fun. but always about improvement. I don't do parkour. I'm a pretty vanilla survival player. Yeah, that's my fault. I mean, I really did not think it was gonna be that difficult for people. Like, I knew the Neo was tough. That was the jump that took me the most time in practice. But even so, that only took me like 2 3 minutes to do the parkour in my practice. And I was like, okay, this is difficult, but like one person might be able to get it first try, where some people might take like 10 tries. Took me like a couple tries. And I was very wrong. See, I'm still trying to figure out a way we can. I want to do TNT run again, but I don't know. I don't know how to do it without it breaking the entire challenge. So I've been thinking about this a lot. I was like, well, what if I do just like Spleef? The problem with doing Spleef is people can just section themselves off on their own little island that no one can get to. And then the challenge becomes a stalemate. It becomes a tie. So you can't really do Spleef because I can't have challenges end in a tie. But like, I don't know how to do TNT run either. I am curious with your Minecraft knowledge, brother. Is there a way we can do something similar to TNT run, but without the TNT breaking everything? I don't. I'm so sad that didn't work, but it makes sense why. Because when I tested it by myself, it was just one person running across the TNT, and thus the TNT wasn't active, and there wasn't enough TNT to act as literal cannons shooting back up out of the water. But with 6 people running around, the TNT did formulate and fall in such a way where it would fall into the water, but some TNT could get shot back out of the water by other TNT. I would love to do a TNT run style challenge again, though. Because it's such a classic. Maybe do it higher in the sky? I guess you're right. But I don't know. I feel like TNT in Minecraft is so volatile, and the physics are so insane that like you can shoot TNT tens of thousands of blocks if you get the physics right. And therefore I'm so nervous that like if the physics align themselves just perfectly, like the molecules of Minecraft align perfectly, it would still fuck up and the challenge would still break. Yeah, but if you're only setting it up to fall, then it shouldn't be an issue. What do you mean? So like no explosion? Well, I had explosion damage off. I had explosion damage off. So that's not what was the problem. The problem was that it just got shot back up by another TNT. I don't know. See, I'm thinking there's got to be like, so I'm not very experienced with modern day Minecraft, and I'm thinking there's got to be some sort of weird quirky item they've added in some of these recent updates that would like update when you run on a pressure plate above it. Like, I know this isn't a correct example. I'm just providing as a fake example, but like a drip stone. You put like a drip stone with a pressure plate above it, and the pressure plate breaks the dripstone. And again, I know that's incorrect. I'm just using it as a fake example. But like, there's got to be like some weird new block that I can use instead of TNT. I just don't know what. I don't know what would be the best option instead of TNT. Anyways, we got more Abra. I'm hoping, praying we can get a shiny here soon. Nothing in box one. There probably is. Yeah, I'll have to do more research into it. Admittedly, I maybe should have done more research before season one, but like, I just tested it by myself, and it never did that. It never failed like that. The TNT never exploded back up into the challenge like a cannon. But I guess it's because I was running around by myself, not 6 people running around all at once. I don't know. And that's also why I did the challenge above water, because I thought the water would suppress the TNT and cause it to not move as quickly. But it still found its way back out of the water. I thought it would be like a nice dampening resource. It's okay. We'll figure out a solution. I'm determined. It's always so funny when I see an Abra just named A. I'm gonna be heartbroken if the shiny ends up being an Abra named A. Because we also can't re-nickname that Abra. Like, we can't change that name. So we're just gonna be stuck with a shiny that's named the capital letter A 8 times. Oh man. Yeah, there's a lot of cool ideas I have, especially now with this new sulfur cube being added, the cum cube. There's a lot of cool ideas I have for challenges. I just don't fully know how to utilize the sulfur cube yet. It's a very strange entity. And because I don't fully know how it works, I don't want to try to implement it, and it also goes awry. It does something I wasn't expecting. But I do think the sulfur cube could be used in very, very fun ways to make some cool challenges. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Like, I'm racking my brain over how to make TNT run work. I'm like sorting through the mental filing cabinet in my brain. Like that scene in SpongeBob where he's going into his brain and like checking through all the filing cabinets. Like, there's gotta be a way I can make TNT run work. I don't know. I refuse to let it go. I refuse to just give up on TNT run. I have a lot of fun ideas though. I just I don't know. I want to give myself more time to build them out as well. I can fully admit now that season one's over and the edit for season one is put on pause. So like, who knows when it'll be done? Like, I can't, I can't keep editing it until I have more footage from Zach. My footage is done, at least. Season one's season one's build time was not long enough. Some of the challenges I wanted them to be better than they were, and I'm a little sad at my. I'm just mad at myself that the challenges were not as good as they could have been. For example, the boat race challenge. In my like heart of hearts, in my mind, I wanted that to be themed after like Mario Kart and have like Mario Kart themed obstacles and backdrops and like a Mario Kart course layout. But because I only gave myself like a couple weeks to get everything ready, I ended up just running out of time and making it like a boat race in the middle of the ocean. Since that was far less work than trying to decorate an entire Mario Kart track inside of Minecraft. Now, thankfully, most of the challenges did turn out the way I wanted them to be, and I did get them looking pretty cool. Like Cooking Mama, that was a really cool challenge, the way it was laid out. And Night Moves, just being a chessboard in the middle of like a flower forest, was really cool. I liked that one. I found a cool location for that one. But I want to give myself more time to build the challenges up a bit better, just so they have better like scenery, better backdrops, better designs to them. This music is so quiet now. I don't even know if you guys can hear it, but like the song is so quiet compared to the songs that came before it. I think we just skip it. Of course, as I say that, it's starting to pick up in volume. All right, we'll let it play out. I'll also say there was almost every challenge turned out the way I wanted it to be. Almost every challenge looked as good as I wanted it to be. There was actually two that I had to like kind of rush and make them look less than they were. The boat race was one of them. Boat race ended up just being a boat race in the middle of the ocean instead of having cool decorations around the racetrack and Mario Kart theming. Um, Another one that I wanted to be better than it um, was the final Ultima challenge, the word scramble. I was pretty disappointed with myself with the fact that like it was just in a bedrock room. There was no like decorations in that one either. Because like realistically, you could make the argument that like the slide puzzle was in a bedrock room, but the slide puzzle had at least the added decoration of the solution into the bedrock walls. Like the solution of the puzzle was in the walls of the room. But the word unscramble was just kind of like a bedrock room with no decoration. And I was also a little disappointed with myself in that one. I think that's another example of me running out of time to come up with like good decorations for the challenge backdrop. Just the layout, how it looks. That's something I want to improve for season 2 as well, is like better backdrops, better decorations. And that could also be tied into theming as well. So like a lot of season 1's theming was like saplings and like the beginning of life, which is why some of the things were lackluster. Because like I would just like put saplings down, but then there would be like no other decorations besides saplings and like little trees. But I want the themes moving forward to allow for more decorations, more creativity. The saplings admittedly limited my creativity, and that's my fault. But I like the idea of season 1's theme being like saplings in the beginning of life, because season 1 is literally the beginning of the game show. So it ties together perfectly hand in hand. I don't know. It's okay. Again, things to just work on and always think about moving forward. Just keep improving. Also, I had arguably the worst dinner I've ever eaten in a long, long time tonight. So, my wife is away tonight. She's at her aunt's. And I didn't want to cook like anything good while she was away. Like, I don't want to cook a meal that she would like and she's not here to eat it. You know what I mean? So I looked in the freezer just to see if we had like anything frozen that I could quickly cook. And I admittedly have not gone grocery shopping with her the last 2 times she went grocery shopping. The last time she went grocery shopping was because of my surgery. I didn't go with her. And then the second to last time she went grocery shopping, I was at work. So I didn't really know what food we had. I was going into that freezer blind. And I see this bag of like Walmart chicken nuggets. And like we almost never go shopping at Walmart. So I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what they were going to taste like. And listen, the Walmart brand of products, it's usually hit or miss. Like the Great Value brand as a whole, you're either getting the worst product ever or a surprisingly good deal. For example, Great Value granola bars. That's cardboard. You're eating paper. Sorry, it's cardboard. But like the Great Value brand of frozen pizza is surprisingly good. But I don't think I've ever had the Great Value brand of chicken nuggets before. Again, because I never go shopping at Walmart myself. And when me and my wife go grocery shopping together, I refuse to allow us to go to Walmart. I I will not pick Walmart as the grocery store of my choice. But she must have went to Walmart when I was in surgery, and I just I don't know how to word it, but these chicken nuggets were maybe the worst things I've ever eaten in my life. Like, they didn't taste like real chicken. It didn't taste like good chicken, at least. It just tastes mushy. But it also was missing that like fake processed taste that like a McDonald's chicken nugget would have, for example. You know what I mean? Like you get a McNugget from McDonald's and you know it's not real chicken. You know that's just pink slime you're eating, heated up in a fryer. But the fake process taste sells it. It really sells the experience for you. And it tastes so good. These Walmart chicken nuggets did not taste like real chicken, and they also did not taste fake or processed. They just taste all bad. Mushy and weird and gross, and I did not like them. And it was maybe one of the worst meals I've ever eaten. And now I'm just sitting here shiny hunting, sad about my dinner that I had tonight, thinking about anything else I could try to eat or drink after the stream is over to maybe cleanse my palate. But the thing is, I'm not hungry. And I don't want to eat like a second dinner because that's not necessary, nor is it healthy. But like, I just feel unsatisfied eating Walmart chicken nuggets for dinner because they were fucking terrible, brother, let me tell you. Yeah, I don't know. It's a shame. Quite a shame. See, what I would have ideally liked to make for dinner tonight was fish, because we do have fish fillets in the fridge right now, specifically tilapia, and I need to make them. Well, honestly, if I didn't make them tonight, I'd like need to make them tomorrow. But that's beside the point. I'll make them tomorrow when she's home. Whatever. Definitely would have been a better dinner. I love fish too. I'm a huge seafood fan. Love me some tilapia. Tilapia is not like my favorite, but it's a good fish. See, I grew up like fishing with my dad, my grandfather, some other family members. So I do have a specific affinity and a nostalgic love for river fish and therefore like freshwater fish. Because as someone who lives nowhere near the ocean, that's all I was catching and eating growing up was like freshwater fish. Like, I can respect the hell out of a good catfish. I know a lot of people hate catfish. They think it tastes muddy, earthy, gross. I like catfish. Again, I won't say catfish is the best, but I love catfish. Like, I don't know, man. There's just, to me, there's something special about a good freshwater fish. Same thing with like a nice like fresh rainbow trout. Now you speak my language. I love rainbow trout. That might be up there as like top 3 for me. Hell, that might be my number 1 if it's prepared correctly. You cook that right, that might be number 1. I don't know what else would be number 1. Tough to say. I don't know. I've had some really good salmon. I think salmon's overrated, and it's also one of the most easily, like, cheap fish. How do I word this properly? Like, salmon is a fish that, if you had to put it on a bell curve, the bell curve would be like 90% of salmon is cheap and does not taste that good, and then the majority of salmon that is good is super expensive and very rare to find. But when you do have the money for expensive salmon, and you are able to find good expensive salmon, it's hard to argue that there's a better fish out there. But again, like, so many people's opinion of salmon is based off the cheap bullshit that you like can buy in a store or in a can, or like the salmon you buy at like a fucking Applebee's. Like, the salmon you get in Applebee's Chili's, like, that salmon is trash. And that's like 90% of salmon that exists. It's trash. So, yeah, I don't know. It's tough for me to talk highly about salmon when so much of salmon is admittedly bad. But I do love good salmon. I also struggle to rank salmon highly on my personal list because I can't afford good salmon. So like, it's kind of unobtainable for me. But I like salmon. That's up there as far as fish is concerned. I also I was gonna say like tuna, but tuna's in the same boat as salmon. Like 99% of tuna that people have eaten or experienced is like the canned bullshit. Like, and honestly, I even like canned tuna. I think canned tuna's good. Canned salmon, terrible. So bad, not worth the price. It's so bland. Canned tuna's pretty good, actually. But the difference between, like, cheap tuna, canned tuna, or, like, tuna you buy from, like, a generic sit-down restaurant like an Applebee's versus the expensive tuna you can get at, like, a seafood restaurant, that's crazy. Like, expensive tuna is crazy. It's so good. It's like a completely different flavor. It's a completely different fish. But again, that's like, it's not really obtainable for me. It's not something that I have eaten more than once or twice in my life. So like, I don't know if I could say that I would pick tuna as my favorite fish, because I'm not eating expensive tuna ever. 99.9% of the tuna I eat in my life is canned tuna, which is not my favorite fish. So like, I wouldn't say salmon, I wouldn't say tuna, because those are so unobtainable. I might say my favorite fish is rainbow trout. I think there's also a lot of like overrated fish. I think cod is overrated. I think mahi is crazy overrated. So many restaurants love putting mahi on their like menu. They'll put mahi on the menu like it's some fancy exotic thing, and then it just tastes like the most boring fish ever. I don't know. It's really not that crazy. I'm trying to think of what else. Like, flounder's fine. It's not bad. But it doesn't like, it very rarely blows me away. There's probably a lot of fish that I'm not mentioning because they're out of my price range. Like John Dory, I've never had. That's just too expensive for me. Or like Arctic char, which is apparently very similar to salmon in both looks and taste, according to what people say. That's out of my tax bracket. I cannot afford that. So there's probably a lot of fish I'm not mentioning here in this rant, this rankings, just because I can't afford them. I like herring. I like herring a lot. Fuck with herring. Herring's like one of my favorite canned fish. Because again, as someone who is very poor, I eat a lot of tinned fish. Tinned fish is super cheap, and you can get a lot of it for such a small price. Tinned herring specifically, at the grocery store closest to me, you can get tinned herring fillets for like $1.50. That's crazy. An entire fillet of fish for $1.50. Insane. And it's already pre-cooked too. Which, admittedly, like, you're probably yeah, that's not what I meant to say, my bad. You're probably paying an upcharge because it's cooked already and tinned in the can. Probably paying a little bit of an upcharge for that as well. But hell, like, still, that's a good price. $1.50 for a cooked fillet of fish. Tinned herring's crazy good. It makes me wonder how much, if you like went to a bulk store like a Costco, or if you did like live on the coast and you had like a seafood market near you, it makes me wonder how much herring you could get raw and at what price. Like, how cheap could you get raw herring fillets if you were getting them in bulk at, you know, a good stock value? I don't know. I love herring. Gives me an incentive to move out to the coast. That's all I'm saying. Gives me a reason to move out to the ocean. Assuming, wait, now I'm doubting myself. Is herring a saltwater? Herring salt water or fresh water fish? I'm doubting myself now. They are saltwater. Okay. I thought so, and then I doubted myself. All right. We have another batch of abra here. That's going to bump us up to 11911. Oh my god, I just had a stroke. 11919. What a weird number. It's a little too close to 911 for me, actually. I don't like that. At the end of the press wrong button. Alright, let's see if we get any shinies. I am starting to get a little tired, but I said we were going to stream for a minimum of 3 hours, if not 4, and we're not even at the 3-hour mark yet, so I guess I just gotta pick myself up by the bootstraps and keep chugging along. Unless we get the shiny right now. If we get the shiny right now, I can go to bed. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of quirky and random. Here's hoping, but nothing in box 2. Nothing on the GameCube. Let's pray for better luck on the DS. I usually don't get this impatient. I think it's just the fact that I'm tired. It's starting to make me impatient. I was feeling very optimistic all stream, and now I'm just like low-key getting impatient. I mean, it doesn't help that we are now above odds. So as I said towards the beginning of the stream, I do feel like I am owed the shiny. Like I deserve the shiny. The odds are 1 in 8,000, and now that we're getting close to 12,000, I'm getting a little rambunctious. That's fine. We'll keep going. I promised y'all minimum 3 hours, if not 4 hours tonight. Until we get the shiny. That's what you're gonna get out of me. That's what y'all are gonna get. Otherwise, I'm locked in. I will say, this challenge in particular has broken one of my plans for not only my stream moving forward, but also my life as a whole. And it was one of the things we talked about at the beginning of this challenge when we were still shiny hunting Charmander. But I talked about it a lot, how I wanted to beat every Pokemon game with shinies only. At the very least, I specifically said that I wanted to beat every Pokemon region with shinies only. So obviously I would not be playing like Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Red, Blue, and Green with shinies only. I wouldn't do that. That's crazy to try to play all 5 of those games with shinies only. But I wanted to beat like the Kanto region with shinies only, which is what we're doing with this challenge. And then I wanted to eventually move on and beat the Johto region with shinies only. And then the Hoenn region. And then the Sinnoh region. And then the Unova region. And then do that all the way up through every region of Pokemon. I don't know if I'm going to do that anymore after this challenge. This challenge has kind of proven to me that I don't have the patience for that. Now, I still want to do shiny only challenges in the future, but like, another reason I don't want to beat every region of Pokemon with shinies only is I want to do other challenges. Like, I want to beat a Pokemon game with like a hardcore Nuzlocke as the challenge, or maybe with like baby Pokemon only, meaning Pokemon that are unevolved. And yeah, I don't know. I would like to do other challenges than just spend the rest of my life only shiny hunting. So I'm very torn about what my plan is moving forward. Have a window open to watch Overwatch streamers for Twitch drops. Interesting. Maybe I should try to get some Twitch drops for Overwatch here tonight after my stream's over. I clicked the first stream, got hit with a channel that is for mature audiences. Clicked acknowledge. Immediate big titties hitting a fat bong rip. You know, as I was saying earlier, some people will do what they gotta do to grow on Twitch. Like some VTubers, they set the jiggle physics to their chest to 100%. You know, I don't necessarily judge, because again, you gotta do what you gotta do, and I'll never judge someone for getting their bag, make your money. But me personally, whether I was a girl with huge tits, which sadly I'm not, or even if I was like a guy that had amazing pecs, I just don't know if in the grand totality of my life, if I could be happy with myself and look back at my life proud of like my content if I was just, selling myself out in that way. That's a nice way of putting it. Like, if I'm 80 years old on my deathbed, and my most popular Twitch clips are, like, me taking a fat bong rip with the bong wedged between my tits, or, to provide another example, my most popular Twitch clip is a VTuber avatar of insanely unrealistic tits swinging around just so I can keep my audience of lonely men just keep their attention a little bit longer and keep them bricked up a little bit longer and try to keep them away from real human women just a little bit longer. I don't know if I could be proud about that when I'm laying on my deathbed. Like, I'm not saying my content's perfect. I'm not saying my content is wholesome, but my content is something I'm proud of. So, to each their own. I realize that this rant could kind of be taken in a way that makes me sound like I'm trying to be like the morality police. And again, I'm not trying to be that. Get your bag. I'll never judge someone for exposing themselves, being a sex worker, or doing whatever they want to do to get money. In this case, having their tits out on Twitch. I think the important thing is, as long as they're comfortable with it. If they're comfortable with it, and they are happy with it, then that's fine by them. I can't do that. Where it does annoy me, and we've talked about this before on stream, so apologies, this is a redundant conversation. It does annoy me when they're not self-aware about it. Not shaming, just thought it was funny with the combo earlier. Oh yeah, no worries. Like I didn't assume you were shaming, nor did I think you were shaming. If anything, I'm low-key being more of a morality police than you are. But I'm not trying to be, I promise. I will happily support anyone getting their bag as long as they are self-aware about how they're getting their bag. And they are internally, morally okay with the way they're getting their bag. Like, it shouldn't be up to me to be morally okay with how they're getting their bag. They just need to have a conversation with themselves, and as long as they're okay with it, pop off, queen. However, it does remind me of a conversation we had a month or two ago on stream of someone who was not self-aware and maybe needed to have a conversation with themselves. Maybe they were just a little conflicted morally, because it was a streamer who similarly had their tits out on stream. They had commands in their chat like they had commands in their chat like !kinks and !choke, and yet they had the audacity to have one of the rules in their chat be no sexual topics. What the fuck do you mean? Your stream is a glorified OnlyFans live. It's a safe for work OnlyFans live. I don't even know if I can call it safe for work, because if my boss saw me watching this, he'd ask me, why are you watching someone with their tits out? The only thing we can't see are the areolas. Like, it's a little disingenuous to call this safe for work. This is teetering on the edge of safe for work and not safe for work. Your stream literally has an ! Kinks, an ! Choke. And then one of the rules in the chat is, no sexual topics. No. Please. I'm not your personal porn star. Like, the fuck do you mean? That's what annoys me. See, that's where I draw the line. I will never judge a streamer for like very obviously attracting viewers and making their bag off of sexual content. Again, get your bag, you know? Go make that money. I won't judge people who do it, honestly. But if you're so disingenuous and lacking self-awareness, like that person, I have no respect for you. Like, I have no respect. Because at some point in your life, you need to have an honest conversation with yourself, as well as the chat. Like, you can't have your tits out and have exclamation point kinks in the chat. And then expect the viewers to be all wholesome and safe for work and make one of the rules, don't talk about sexual topics. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, they're not gonna talk about it. They're not gonna talk about it in the chat. They're just jerking off to you behind the screen. Like, are we living in ignorance? Fucking morons. Christ almighty, bro. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very conflicted when I talk about this kind of stuff because, like, it's the same reason why, like, I have in the past had such a pessimistic attitude about streaming, because like so many of the metas with live streaming is like being a sexual content creator, or just being a scammer, or a hype beast, or like a weird political grifter, or just being like a fucking clown on stream. And those are like some of the top 5 metas to get big on stream. And in the past, I've felt very jaded and almost like upset and frustrated and constantly wronged, almost like this feeling of like struggle, that because I'm not actively hopping on one of those 5 metas, that my chances of growing online are significantly lower. And while that statement can be true, and I do genuinely think it is true, like, I don't think it is false to say that my odds of growing online are lower because I'm not making sexual content, politically grifting content, turning myself into a clown, or like a scammer, things like that. Like, I would probably grow faster if I hopped on one of those metas. I'm now less pessimistic about my content nowadays, and I feel less jaded because I've stopped having this like jealous attitude and this frustrated attitude where like I would look at other content creators and see them blow up, just becoming like an alt-right or alt-left political activist on Twitch. And in the past, I'd be like jealous, like, why do they get viewers when they're being a terrible fucking person, just turning their audience into these like political, like, fucking grifting, like, your base, for example, if you go down that route, you're just making your audience fall deeper into like their own little bubble, their own little political bubble, and making them hate the other side more. It's why I don't prescribe to either of that, because in my eyes, like, I don't see one side of the political coin as an enemy. To me, like, there is a bigger enemy out there. Like, there's a much bigger enemy. Like, shit that I don't even think I could say on stream without being, like, marked as a conspiracy theorist. Or, like, flagged by, like, people on lists. People on the list. The people on the list are the fucking enemy. But yeah, like, I got off on a rant there about the Epstein list, sorry. Those are the real enemies. Yeah. Like, in the past, I would be, like, jealous and mad watching other people grift their way to the top of the live streaming and content creation space using one of those very immoral metas that we mentioned. Nowadays, I'm far less jealous and I'm far less angry. Again, not a perfect person. I still sometimes get jealous. I still sometimes get angry. But those feelings have been mostly replaced with just, like, content and pride in the content I'm making. I'm very proud of the content I'm making because I think it's fun and oftentimes funny. Like, I like the comedy that I implement into some of my Twitch clips and uploads. And I like the attitude that we have in this stream, in the chat. Like, it's a very nice space to just kind of chill and hang out. And I'm content with the fact that I'm making this style of content instead of, like, selling myself out to grift or fall into one of those immoral, like, metas to maybe help myself grow. Because, sure, it might help me grow, but you know what's worse than, like, sexualizing myself for views, becoming a political, like, grifter for views, scamming my audience for views, or becoming a clown on stream for views? What's worse than that is doing one of those things and not getting views. Because then I'm just a fucking joke of a human. Like, that's almost worse. Then you're just selling yourself out. And you have succeeded not at all in the process. You've sold yourself out, and you're just a joke of a human. And that's the last thing I want to be. I don't want to sell myself out. Remember when I said this stream wasn't going to turn into a therapy hour? I literally said at the beginning of the stream, we're going to lock in today, we're not going to go on any rants, we're not going to have any therapy sessions. And we've had like 3 therapy sessions tonight. It's okay. They've been very healthy though. They've been very fun. We got to rant about some old Twitch beef. We got to rant about not selling ourselves out, not selling our souls to the devil, the demon that is Amazon and Twitch and Jeff Bezos's handcrafted metas. And I'm okay with that. I think these are good things to talk about. Anyways, do we have any shiny abra? Any fun shiny abra? Yeah, like I said, I just want to make content that I will be proud of now and like 30 years from now. That's what's important to me. And if that content is less likely to see success because it doesn't fall into any of the metas, it's more difficult for me to grow, then that's okay. Because at least I'm proud of it and I think it's good content. Nothing on the GameCube. Let's see if we can get anything on the DS. nothing there. Unlucky. We reset. Heck, we hit 12,000. Still no shiny. Okay. I know that this is entirely conjecture. There's no statistical fact in what I'm about to say. There's literally no real chance this actually happens. But I am perfectly okay with the shiny abra hunt taking a little extra long. You know, I'd even be okay if the shiny abra hunt takes like twice as long as normal odds. Normal odds are 1 in 8,000. Hell, let's wait until 16,000 then, until we get the shiny abra. Let's double those odds. Double it and give it to the next person. Like, I'm okay with that as long as the Dratini hunt we do next is quick and painless. Please. Because that shiny hunt's going to take so much more time than this per reset. Like, so few Dratini per reset. We did the math in a recent stream. The Abra hunt we're doing right now, 130 Abra per reset, and that's on 2 cartridges of Fire Red and Leaf Green. The Dratini hunt that we're going to do next, I'm going to use 3 cartridges of Fire Red and Leaf Green, just so we have a couple more Dratini per reset. And I use the word couple there literally, because with 3 cartridges of Fire Red and Leaf Green, we will be getting 7 Dratini per reset. So we're going from 137 Abra per reset to 7 Dratini per reset. Just 130 less a reset, you know, nothing too crazy. Needless to say, I'm probably going to get fucked. Like, it's going to make that shiny hunt take far longer in total time. And that's why I'm very adamant to the Pokemon games that I know are listening to me right now. I know they're sentient, conscious. And I'm also praying to the Lord above that the Dratini shiny hunt, I'm hoping we find that shiny well under odds. I really, really hope that shiny hunt does not go above 1 in 8,000. Like, we find that shiny in 2,000 Dratini. 1,000 Dratini would be amazing. And again, that's why I am more than happy to be at 12,000 Abra. Let's keep going. 13,000 Abra. 15,000 Abra. 20,000 Abra. I don't care. As long as Dratini does not take another 12,000, because I will cry. There was something I was talking about before we got sidetracked with that little therapy session. I don't remember what it was now. Oh, it was my shiny only playthroughs of Pokemon games. Yeah, dude, that was crazy how long ago that conversation was. My bad. I got way sidetracked with our little therapy session. So yeah, before I started this challenge playthrough of Fire Red and Leaf Green, I talked about how it was one of my dreams to beat every region of Pokemon with shinies only. From the Kanto region all the way up to the, what is the region from Sword and Shield called? Not Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet. Why can I not remember right now? Probably because I never beat those games. Probably because I have not finished playing those games. The Paldea region. Yeah. That's what it's called. I'm an old school Pokemon fan. I'm not a new gen Pokemon player. You can't tell. Yeah, so how I was talking on stream before we started this challenge about how my goal was to beat every Pokemon region, from Kanto to Paldea, with Shinies only. And how technically I've already beaten the Galar region with Shinies only, because we have. That was a stream challenge I did back during COVID. I beat Pokemon Sword with Shinies only. But I still wanted to beat every region, starting with Kanto, all the way up to Paldea. I don't know if I'm going to do that anymore. Because I feel like if we commit to that series, that challenge, that's going to be the majority of my life for like the next couple years. And I'm going to have no time to play any other games or do any other challenges within Pokemon games specifically. Like if I want to do Nuzlocke, sorry, can't. I'll be shiny hunting instead. Or if I want to do like any like fun playthroughs, like a playthrough I've been wanting to do for a while was Mudkip only in a Pokemon game, because he's my favorite starter Pokemon. I won't be able to do a Mudkip only playthrough because I'll be shiny hunting instead. So like, I don't want to necessarily give up on the challenge entirely, but I do think I need to pick and choose my battles, or maybe make the challenges a little bit easier for myself. For example, if we want to beat the Johto region with shinies only, I'm gonna play through the Johto games once first, catch that red Gyarados, and then I will be trading that red Gyarados to myself for the shiny only playthrough. So we'll play through Johto either as a regular playthrough, or maybe we'll do a challenge playthrough with Johto. Like, we'll do a water types only challenge so we can catch the red Gyarados and it'll still be allowed in the challenge. Something silly like that. And then when we play through Johto a second time, it'll be the shiny only playthrough, and I'll have the red Gyarados at the start of the playthrough. Because I'm not waiting to fucking not only have to get all the way up to where red Gyarados is in the game, but also think about it. In order to catch red Gyarados in a shiny only challenge, I would need a shiny water type, which is not a guarantee with the starters in that game, because the shiny starter in that game is random. The only Pokemon game, specifically in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, I'm referencing, where your shiny starter is not up to you to choose. It's a blessing and a curse, because it cuts your shiny odds in a third. You get to see all three starters and whether or not they're shiny, thus basically tripling the shiny odds. But like, the odds of me getting a shiny Totodile are 1/3 the same odds as me getting a shiny Chikorita or a shiny Cyndaquil. So I might not even have a water type to surf across the Lake of Rage and battle red Gyarados. And at that point, why would I want red Gyarados if I already have a shiny water type? It's just silly, and I don't want to go through that rigmarole. Like, so much work. Another example of like a game I would probably try to make the challenge a little bit easier for myself is Black and White. So Black and White, one of the hardest games to find shinies in until you get to the post game. However, the challenge is just beating the game with shinies only. Therefore, finding shinies in the post game doesn't really help me at all. So I would probably play through Black and White once on stream, play through the entire game, and play through the post game find some of those shinies in the post game, and then play through the game again later down the line and trade those shinies to myself so I can beat the game a little bit quicker and not have to shiny hunt like a full party at the beginning of Black and White 2, where it's really, really difficult to shiny hunt. The Unova region is just, it's a grind to shiny hunt in that region. Alright. Another batch of Abra. I'm on the edge of my seat, let me tell you. Unlucky. I'll be honest, I was not looking at the beginning of this. I was physically looking at the screen, but I was so zoned out, I wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna restart this entire box. I'm starting to get tired, because I'm like zoning out when I should be paying attention. Like, this is the only time I really need to pay attention to the screen. This is the only time it's important for me to pay attention to the screen, and I was like zoned out. My eyes weren't even focused. My eyes had like gone blurry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know, brother. Nothing there. Let's check out this box. Nothing in box one. How about box two? Okay. Well, I'll do another reset. Told y'all I'm committed tonight. Want the shiny. Why do I recognize this song? Interesting. I don't know why I recognize the song. It's from Final Fantasy 16. I've never played Final Fantasy 16. It just has a familiar, like, chord progression to it. So interesting. I should not recognize the song, but I feel like I've heard it before. Very strange. I can't think of why I recognize. Like, there's something very specific about those specific notes back to back that ring a bell. That chord is just like itching at my brain in a nostalgic way, like I've heard it before. I don't know why. So confused. Anyways, I don't know how many more resets we'll do. Let's see what would be a good number to end on. Hold up. I'm going to do a quick pause. Quick pause. We do one more reset, being this reset. 330. One more reset after that. 7. One more reset after that. Yeah, that's a good number to end on. We'll do 3 more resets total, because that'll end us on a pretty good even number. 12,604. But, like, that's better than 12,193. 12,604 is at least closer to an even number than whatever the fuck number we're on right now. So we'll do 3 more resets before we end the stream. That is the one annoying thing about doing these resets and, like, multiples of 137. 137 doesn't multiply into very many even numbers. There's not many even numbers you're gonna get out of 137. Just a lot of ugly numbers. But, you know, it's out of my control. I didn't pick the number of abra we get per game of fire red and leaf green. I'm also not complaining either, because 137 is a lot of abra. The more the merrier. Like, please, give me all the abra you can. I'll take them all. I will happily take them all. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to, like... Honestly, I just want good food right now. I shouldn't say that, though. I shouldn't feel that way because I had dinner. And I'm not actually hungry. I'm just unsatisfied with what I had for dinner, which is why I want to eat something better that is satisfying. Maybe I'll have, like, a little bit of ice cream as dessert. So I'm not, like, eating a second dinner. But, yeah, the food I had for dinner was so bad. It's actually leaving me, like, upset, unsatisfied. Those chicken nuggets were dog trash. Actual dog food is what it tasted like. Yeah, maybe a little bit of ice cream will make me feel better. I don't know. So, can I be honest with y'all? I really don't know what I'm going to play tomorrow. I kind of want to do a little bit of shiny hunting and a little bit of something else, but I don't know what I want that something else to be. I knew that after shiny hunting for 4 hours today, I wasn't going to want to shiny hunt for 4 hours again tomorrow, which is why I put the title of the stream for tomorrow, at least in the stream schedule, as variety gaming, because I want to play more than one game. I want to do something other than shiny hunting. So, I don't know what else we're going to play tomorrow. We could play a little bit of Warframe. I have been on a bit of a Warframe kick lately. I've been addicted to Warframe lately, but also a lot of the stuff I've been doing in Warframe has been achievement grinding, and some of that grinding is boring, so I've been doing it off camera. But also hate playing games off camera because it feels pointless. Like, if I'm gonna play video games, I might as well stream it. But sometimes achievement grinding in a video game is like the most boring thing ever. It's so repetitive. And streaming it feels like not worth my time nor the viewer's time. So I don't know if we should play Warframe tomorrow. Storm. I'm uncertain. Maybe if there's like a very specific game that the chat wants me to play, we can just kind of make up our minds in the moment. We can wing it. Or if there's a game that like we have friends playing online, so like We got a group of friends playing Overwatch tomorrow. We play Overwatch. We got a group of friends playing Counter Strike. We'll play Counter Strike. We might just wing it, moving into tomorrow's live stream. I really don't know. I think I'll start the stream with shiny hunting though. That way we can at least test the waters. And also it's way more safe for me as the streamer to start the stream with shiny hunting, because whenever we find the shiny, if we find the shiny, but like say we find the shiny the first reset of the stream, then we can just immediately switch the stream to another game. No harm, no foul. But if the roles are reversed, we play like 2 hours of Overwatch, and then I ditch my friends to go shiny hunt, and I find a shiny first reset, I just fucked and cucked myself. Probably get some people want to play Overwatch. Not a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea at all. I would always be down with that. I just don't know when I'm starting my stream yet, because my wife wants to go grocery shopping tomorrow. I don't know what time. It'll probably be after I go grocery shopping. I have it scheduled for like a midday start, because I have to go to work the next day, so obviously I can't be up super late. I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule for when I have to wake up at 4 a.m. the next day. Though I realize that might sound a little silly coming out of my mouth right now, as it is 1 a.m. But that's okay, because I don't have to work tomorrow, so I can be awake at 1 a.m. Meanwhile, I'm saying that now, and I am well aware that being awake at 1 a.m. today is going to make it difficult for me to go to bed on time tomorrow, when I need to go to bed on time to wake up at 4 for my shift on Monday. But that's fine. That's a tomorrow problem. It's not a today problem. Just a couple more abra here, and then we'll be out of coins. Don't nickname it, you moron. Yeah, cool. We've spent all of our coins. Let's head back to the Boca Center. Alright. Let's see here. Any fun and funky Abra wearing a purple shirt? Can I please see an Abra in a purple shirt? I would love to see an Abra wearing a purple shirt. You can tell I'm getting tired, so I'm just starting to lose my sanity a bit. I want you to be wearing a purple shirt. Such a shame. We got one box left, at least, on the GameCube. If we do end up playing Overwatch tomorrow, I'll have to update my games. I have not opened that game in a couple weeks. I'm trying to be more conscious about that and like actually update some of my games proactively ahead of time. So like every couple weeks, I'll just check and see if Fortnite needs an update, check and see if Overwatch needs an update. That way I'm not caught off guard by the inevitable bi-weekly 30 gigabyte Fortnite update. Definitely would be a good Good thing to start doing in my life. Alright, nothing shiny there. We run it back. Do 2 more resets, I think. Two more resets, and then I'm going to bed. Need to lock in. I need to stop nicknaming these abras, what I need to do, because I keep accidentally making that decision, and it's terrible. See, ideally, what I would love to do is get this shiny. See, it's out of my control though, so like I'm just completely talking hypothetically. But like, if I get the shiny tonight or tomorrow, by tonight I mean these last 2 resets. If I get the shiny these last 2 resets or tomorrow, I would have 4 days of work to prepare, where I'm like not streaming, just working, coming home, and I can prepare for the next shiny hunt, which is good. Gives me time to set up and get that figured out as to how I want a shiny hunt Dratini. Not that it's going to be a ton of work, but like it will be a slightly different setup, so it gives me time to do that setup and get it ready for the stream. And then going back one topic to what I was saying before about, you know, catching shiny Pokemon and specifically beating Pokemon games with only shinies. I think I still want to beat the majority of Pokemon games with shinies only, but really kind of only the games that I care about, like the ones that are important to me, and those are like the first 5 generations. I want to beat the Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova regions with shinies only. After that, I don't know how much I care. It's like the Kalos region is cool, but it's also France, and I don't really care about France. Also, Kalos is like low-key forgettable for me a little bit. It's a very linear experience, from my memory at least. I could be wrong. Not completely linear. There are some sections that are a little different, but and then you get to the Alola region, and that's just Exposition City, bro. The pacing in that game annoyed me so much. There's so many, like, needless cutscenes. And I couldn't get over the unnecessary exposition. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't vibe with Alola that much. I've already beaten the Galar region with shinies only, so I don't need to do that one again. And I don't give a fuck about Paldea that much. Like, not only did I not beat the Paldea region because it was so glitchy, broken, buggy, and just it was a mess on release day, but I also don't give a fuck about Paldea because the whole theming of that game is around being a school student and like going to school, and like the last thing I ever want to do as an adult is go back to school. High school, I just have bad memories associated with. High school was trauma, and college was torture. I hated college. I have bad memories associated with high school, and I have debt associated with college. Student loan debt. So I have I have nothing positive associated with school. And Paldea's entire theme is centered around being a school kid. So I just don't care. So like I don't think I would play the Paldea region in Shinies only. I don't know why I keep stumbling over that word. It's like a tongue twister for me. I keep mispronouncing the word Paldea. I don't think I would play the Paldea region, Alola region, or Kalos region with Shinies only. I've already done the Galar region, so I don't need to go back and do that again, nor would I want to. I'm not that ecstatic on the Galar region. I think it's okay, but not great. It's grown on me over time, but the first 5 regions are still my 5 favorites for a reason. I think after Gen 5, it starts going downhill. But yeah. So, I know when we started this challenge, and I was very bright-eyed, optimistic, and I had rose-tinted glasses on, that I said I wanted to beat every Pokemon region with Shinies only. Now that I'm in the thick of this challenge, and we've been doing this since September 2025, I'm going to make a little addendum to that statement. And that addendum is we probably will not be beating every region of Pokemon with Shinies only. At the most, at maximum, I'm beating the first 5 regions. Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova with Shinies only. And by pure happenstance, I've already done the Galar region because I did that challenge back in 2020 during COVID. We've beaten the Galar region with Shinies only. Yippee. That was a little too easy, though, because getting Shinies in that game are so easy. It's stupid easy. So I don't even know if I count that as a challenge. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm very, very torn. But this challenge has definitely proven that I'm more patient than I thought, but I'm still not a patient man. It's improved my patience, but I still have no patience. Alright. So assuming we don't get any shinies in this bundle of Abra, we have 1 reset left, and then we can go to bed. Correction, then we can eat ice cream and go to bed. Exciting. I would almost be a little salty if we get the shiny right now, because, like, brother really had to wait until 4 hours into the stream to give me a shiny when I'm absolutely exhausted and it's almost 2 a.m. That feels disrespectful. Like, that almost feels intentional. It feels a little fucked up. God. My muscle memory is getting so bad. My button mashing is getting so slow because I'm so tired. I need to lock in for these last 2 resets. Lock in. Okay, we're almost done with this reset. We only need to buy 1 more Abra. Come on, last one. Go back to the Poke Center. Beautiful. Let's see if we get any shinies. Here's hoping, brothers. Very nice, serene, beautiful music. The violin is gorgeous. The only thing that can make this more beautiful is like a nice little harp in the background. Give me a harp. Piano, violin, and a harp. You're gonna serenade me to sleep right now. Unlucky. Box 3. That's okay. On to the DS. Let's see what we get. Always hoping for the best. Gosh, my eyes are like twitching. I'm very torn about like how I feel with winds and waves coming out. I think I need to see more content of it before I formulate an opinion, before I go on a rant on stream. Very curious to see what Winds and Waves ends up turning out to be, though. Oh my gosh, getting hiccups. No good. No good. There was something else I wanted to talk about before I ended the stream. I had like an idea for a final topic for the stream, and now it has escaped me. Oh no. That's fine. I swear, there was something that was like on the tip of my tongue I wanted to talk about, but I didn't mention it because I wanted to cycle through those abra. I didn't want to start a topic as I was looking through the abra. I wanted to focus on the abra, and I figured it'd be just fine to wait until the last reset of the night. Talk about it on the final reset of the night, and I literally can't remember right now. This is crazy. I feel like I'm going crazy. The exhaustion, I think, is catching up with me, chat. I'm so sorry. That's okay. We are like 12,000 Abra deep into the shiny hunt, so I feel like I'm allowed a little bit of leniency. Oh, I remember what I was going to talk about. Okay, so I did. We were talking about achievement hunting earlier and how I've been grinding achievements in Warframe off camera. I also recently 100% a game on Steam. Finally unlocked the last couple achievements in specifically Sonic Racing Crossworlds. And the reason I was doing that off stream, similar to the achievements I'm currently grinding in Warframe off stream, is because the achievements I have been unlocking last were cosmetic achievements. For example, you needed to purchase every car part in the game, every sticker that you can place on your car in the game, and the most egregious and tedious of them all, you need to purchase every horn for your car in the game. And you might be wondering, well, like, why are the horns so obnoxious? Because there's so many of them, and they cost so much money. And the way you make that money is by either like playing the single player Grand Prix or playing online mode. But what I found was the meta, and most of the forums I read online agreed with me, the best way to grind money in that game is by playing the race park game mode, which is kind of the equivalent to like versus mode if you play Mario Kart. Um, it's much more free for all and not as limiting as Grand Prix or online is, and you have far greater opportunities to earn money in Race Park. So, therefore, while you make more money, it is basically just a grind against computers. And I didn't feel like that was entertaining to stream. Like, let me kind of contrast it with the online mode, for example. Like the last time I streamed Sonic Racing Cross World, we were playing online against real people. That was fun, that was exciting, and that was something worth streaming. If the best way to make money in that game was playing online, then I probably would have streamed my grind to earn money and 100% that game. Unlock all the cosmetics and thus unlock the last couple achievements. But because I was just playing the same race over and over again against computers, I felt that was boring. And I didn't want to make my Twitch chat watch me play the same race over and over and over again against computers. And technically, I did not need to play the same racetrack over and over and over again. We could have mixed it up. We could have played different racetracks. But the reason I played the same racetrack over and over again is because I specifically picked the racetrack that had the shortest length and thus the shortest time to complete, so I could make money fastest. Just make the money as quickly as possible. Be as efficient and quick to complete the achievements as possible. And therefore, like, if I was streaming it, you guys literally would have watched me just play the same racetrack over and over and over again against computers, not even real players. And to me, that's not entertaining. But it did help me very efficiently, very quickly, unlock all the cosmetics in the game. And thus I got the achievements for unlocking all the cosmetics. And the final achievement in the game that I unlocked was, as it is in many games, the achievement of unlocking all achievements. So, I have 100% Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. I'm very proud of that. It was a grind. And when you 100% the game, you unlock something called special achievements, which I'm very torn about, because they're bonus achievements that are not attached to Steam. For example, like they're not Steam achievements, but they're just in the game. They're bonus achievements attached to your account. And now I don't know if I want to keep grinding those achievements, because they're even more tedious and they're going to be even more grinding. Part of me doesn't want to do them because I won't get Steam achievements out of them, but part of me wants to do them because I love that game so much that I want to like have the prestige of saying that I did all of the achievements in the game and the bonus achievements. It'd be like 100% plus in the game. Very rarely do I go for 100% plus in a video game. But I truthfully don't think I will achieve all of the bonus achievements because some of them are so unnecessarily tedious and stupid. Instead, I think I'll just try to collect some of the fun ones and then stop. For example, one of the bonus achievements after you 100% the game is to drive around the distance of Earth, the planet Earth, in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. And you would think, well, Caleb, you put so much time into grinding the game and 100%ing the game, you must be at least halfway there, if not over halfway completing that achievement. No. I thought the same thing, and then when I checked my progress, even though I 100% the game, I am 1/8 of the way there. Not even close to halfway. Nowhere near driving the circumference of the Earth. So, like, that's stupid. I don't want to drive the length of the Earth in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. I don't care. Maybe that's something I'll try to continuously work on in the background as I like play the game with friends or play updates of the game on stream. But like, what the fuck? If there was a Steam achievement attached to it, maybe I would do it, but because there's no Steam achievement attached to it, I'm not doing that. That's insane. I think that's actually insane. This is some OG Final Fantasy music from Final Fantasy 3. And I love Final Fantasy 3. Final Fantasy 3, one of the only Final Fantasy games I've 100%. Coincidentally, speaking of Final Fantasy games, speaking of games that I've 100%, Final Fantasy 3 is the only Final Fantasy game I've 100%. Because normally Final Fantasy games take you like thousands of hours to 100%. Final Fantasy 3, I think it took me like 300 hours. It's one of the easier ones to 100%. So, because we had that Final Fantasy 3 music show up for the first time the entire 4-hour stream, we got Final Fantasy 3 music in this playlist. I don't know why, it's just reinvigorated me, and it makes me believe we're going to get good luck on this final reset. We're going to get the shiny in this final reset. I can't explain it. I know it's stupid. It's silly. It makes no sense. But because we got Final Fantasy 3 music on this last reset, it's like the good luck we need to get a shiny at the end of the stream here in this last reset. I believe in us. This is the moment. I mean, either way, we're ending the stream, but we're getting the shiny. And that's going to be the reason we end the stream. Not because it's the last reset. Because we got the shiny. So, 12,600 Abra. Is this the moment? I think so, because of the Final Fantasy 3 music we got in the background. Let's see. It is now or never, boys. We move on to box 2. Okay, we move on to box 3. Unlucky, we move on to the DS. Alright, let's see what we get. Alright, last box of Abra here. That is wildly unlucky, brothers. We did not get a shiny today. We're ending the stream at 12,600 Abra, which, by the way, means we did over 2,000 Abra today. We collected over 2,000 Abra in today's stream alone, because we started the stream at 10,500. But it's all good. We'll be back tomorrow, do a little bit more shiny hunting. I don't know how much I'm going to do tomorrow. It's like I said, half of the stream is going to be shiny hunting. Half of the stream we're going to play a different game with the chat. We'll play a game with viewers and with friends. But we'll still do a little bit tomorrow. And maybe we'll have better luck tomorrow. But I think either way, today was a success because we got another 2,000 Abra cleared out of our belt, cleared out of the, I don't know, the bad luck machine, the bad luck conveyor belt. That's a good way of putting it. And I'm hoping we can get all this bad luck out of the way so that when we start shiny hunting Dratini next, we get that shiny Dratini literally first live stream. So, anyways, I think I'm going to end the stream here. I wish you all the best, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace out, brothers.